Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I'm your host, Ryan McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian,
Hello.
as well as the frantic Kaiser Shonen.
Oh my god, I knew I regret picking which
I don't know, that one's nowhere
this-
near as bad as some of them have been.
Yeah,
That
no.
is true. That is true. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, how y'all doing?
Oh, it's been we're starting off the new year in just kind of a low key mood. I don't know much about this video, so we're
Yeah,
going
me
in.
neither.
Going in nice and blind. Probably going to be a shorter podcast. It's a shorter video unless he says something horribly outrageous, which has happened
Or we
before.
decide to yap a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean,
that happens all the time.
Get off on tangents completely all the time. That's just the fun of the podcast. Hello there, General Kenobi. Hello there, Crimson Shadow. I'm feeling very hateful towards modern art.
I saw that and I'm like, what do you
What?
mean?
What?
What?
I mean, I get it. There's a lot of really dumb modern art out there, but like there's a lot of good stuff out there too. I mean, I
Yeah.
like one of my favorite ones is that robot that like is constantly bleeding like motor oil, and its only job is that it's constantly scooping it back into itself. It's like a it's like you can sit there watching. I think it's been deconstructed by now, but you can sit there watching it for hours just kind of contemplating the nature of it, and it's like that's a very
Right.
thought-provoking piece, as opposed to I have bananas glued to
Well-
taped to a wall.
I mean, it's just a more complex version of the box that turns itself off.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Which I have one of those. My sister got me as a birthday gift, I want to say. I have my little knitted Anya up next to it.
Oh, the one
Cool.
that you bought at the con?
Yeah, the first time we were there.
Yeah.
Favorite piece of modern art is Eden Isoline. Why You're Wrong About Modern Art. It's so bad it loops to being beautiful. Is that the one that was covered by EFAP, or like there's another one that was covered by EFAP that was like doing a shit takedown of the guy that did all those Christmas card paintings. You know the ones. What was his name? Oh
Yeah.
God. People really hated him because, like, in the art community, because he was so commercialized.
Right.
Oh, who am I thinking
I
of?
see.
Formerly known as Ethan is now Eden. Hello, Mark.
Oh, freaking Eden is online? You talking about that person? Oh wait, sorry, Azure Phoenix. Azure Phoenix was talking about that.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Hey, Celtic, did you hear about the
Then didn't
Neuro
make a-
Twitch drama? Is it people shitting on Neuro because she's a machine learning algorithm? Like, as I understand it, that's largely in-house Neurosama. Like, if I understand it
Yeah.
correctly, that's like one of the really good uses of AI for entertainment purposes, where it's very curated by the creative team. There's a whole team behind it, and it's always being led by Videl. In fact, there was a viral clip going around of like him talking to Neuro and actually kind of getting choked up after like a really wholesome exchange. And everyone's like, wow, suddenly you can realize that Neuro means a lot to this guy. Like he's actually emotionally connected to her.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm coming off as negative. No, it's fine. People look. It's not a hot take to not like modern art. That's a pretty
Yeah, I was about to
lukewarm
say,
take
what
at
the
this
hell?
point. Neurosama is what I call one of the good ones. There's a lot of the good ones out there. It's just we only see a lot of the bad ones typically.
Yeah.
It's like I have a family member that's a lung surgeon, a very intelligent guy, and he is amazed what medical machine learning algorithm, everyone calls it AI, but I want to try and be accurate, machine learning can do for diagnosing and regulating things, like people that are on like is it breathalators? I'm trying to think of the term for them, but they basically move your lung for you. It's like the advanced version of the iron lung, um,
Uh,
like that sort of
right.
thing. And it's like it can measure and predict the nature of someone's like reaction to certain things or necessity, and like switch itself on and off as necessary much more accurately than any doctor ever could. um,
Hmm.
which I found just fascinating to learn about. And it's like, oh yeah, there is. I was kind of dour with AI at the time, but it reminded me that yeah, no, this technology has a very strong place. It just being freaking abused. Namely,
Yeah.
that Zelda trailer
Yeah.
that I fell for. God
Oh.
Yeah,
damn, I'm
you
pissed
got
at
freaking
myself.
debated to think they're making a fucking Zelda movie.
No, they are.
Oh. Oh,
Like,
well, that trailer's already out.
oh,
My
well, I
bad.
was gonna say the reason why is because I'm pretty sure they used the likenesses of the actors and like that's why I was like, oh shit, they already have a trailer out. Damn.
Yeah.
Um,
Another good use of AI that I know of is using it for archaeology. Like they have a whole bunch of scrolls from Pompeii and Herculaneum that they cannot open them because it's just rock now. Like it's just the solidified ash. So if they tried to open it, the scrolls would just be destroyed. So they're using AI to try and read the scrolls.
God, serial navel gazer. Hi, welcome. Thank you for popping in. But just
Yeah.
saying welcome to year 3. Like hearing that out loud is surreal to me for some reason. It's like, wow, we've been
Yeah.
at this a while now.
Holy
Uh,
shit, yeah, we
Yeah.
have.
I
It's
know
kind of wild to think about.
I know 5
It
songmakers
is.
that use AI for the singing and instruments, but they write all their own songs with no AI input. I still don't like that because
Yeah,
like
no.
that's still robbing things. Like one of my favorite artists on YouTube, even though I don't like all of this stuff, there's a lot of really good stuff he does, is Vengeant. And what he just does is he go around recording random noises and turning them into like absolute bops. It like the idea of like my favorite one of his is Create Machines, where he just took a bunch of factory recordings of a bunch of factory machines doing things and he remixed that into an amazing song. It's like that's a million times more impressive than someone, okay, you wrote a song that's creatively involved, but then you just shove it into an algorithm and have it do all the heavy lifting for you.
All
There's
the
no
instrumental
spirit in that.
stuff. Yeah.
Like one of the best parts about the creative process is getting halfway through something and realizing, oh, I need to change this here. I need to modify this here. I need to fix this up here. And I need to tweak it.
Hmm.
And every iteration that you do helps you both understand your craft more and it helps you refine your art in a new and exciting way. Art is very much part of it is discovery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're never going to understand how to do it well if you don't understand how to do it in the first place. And like you also like that example that you use, like that the Avalanche's Psychosomatic, that's how that song was made. Just taking recordings of different things and putting them together in order to make a song. But
Mm.
like the AI doesn't really have a place in the arts because the arts is inherently a human invention. Like you can use it as a tool to help you with it, but not in that way. Like
Sure.
the only example of AI in the creative space that I would accept is like noise isolation. Like there's a YouTuber that I follow who uses AI when he's reacting to videos and the people that he's reacting to have like copyrightable music going on in the background and he doesn't want to get his videos
Yeah.
nixed. So he
Right.
uses the AI to take out the music and keep the words intact.
I mean, that's what I ended up discovering. Like, DaVinci has that feature, and I used that for the Batwoman reaction. And
Hmm.
that completely
Mm.
avoided all non-visual copyright. It was wonderful. Um,
Oh, awesome.
yeah. Let's see. And Titan, you're not wrong for feeling that way. Like, the way I feel about it is that it shouldn't be the producer of the end result. Like, again, the one that I always go back to as the great example is Into the Spider-Verse, where
Yeah, I was about
all
to
of their
say.
input was from the team itself, and then on top of that, they're only using it to speed up the formation of the line art, not strictly speaking just like they then clean up the line art on top of it. It's speeding up part of the process, but then they still go back
Yeah.
over it with a fine-tooth comb. It's not just leaving
Which
AI
makes
to
sense
do all
because
the work.
Yeah, which makes sense because what they're fundamentally doing with like most of the animation that they do, especially in those two movies, is incredibly experimental and just like visually distinctive compared to most other anime movies out there. So it's I understand them wanting at least something to at least like try to speed up that aspect of the process, and they don't really use it for anything else, and it's fine.
Yeah.
One thing that I want to make sure when we talk about AI, I mean, none of us are slipping into it, thank God. But like, one of the things I see a lot of people slipping into with AI discussion is that
Hmm.
it's everyone's like, oh, it looks ugly, it looks horrible, you can tell it's fake. And it's like, the technology, if it keeps advancing at the rate that it is, isn't going to be that way forever. It's going
Yeah,
like
no.
it's already getting to the point that it can be sometimes nigh indistinguishable, especially if they really take their time working on the prompts. It looks
Yes.
like you can tell something's wrong, but it's getting to the point where that might not even be possible. Um, and I don't want to fall back on, well, it looks bad, because that's not going to always be the case. I want to fall back on a much more fundamental and measurable basis, or I guess
Right.
more philosophically based. So no, I get you, Titan. Like, I completely understand where you're coming from in terms of hating the current state of AI. I don't doubt you. It's just, we got to keep in mind that it has a place, and we got to just find where the niche is.
And it's definitely more in the toy realm than in the I'm going to use it for literally everything in my daily life realm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The it's a terrifying future. It's ramming up RAM prices. That's the real damage. Like,
Oh my god.
the environmental impact. I never thought we would see mass water shortages in the quantity that we have, but we have. I don't know why you couldn't use salt water for it. But like, I guess the fresh water is necessary for it or something like that. Um, and then of course the RAM shortages are just abominable.
Yeah.
Basically PC gaming, personalized PC gaming right now, it's going to tank very hard for the next 2 years. And I'm actually, AAA games are screwed, man. They are absolutely
Oh yeah.
screwed because gamers are not going to be able to play the games that they want to play. It's I'm sitting here. I just chose the right freaking time to buy my new PC build. Like, I got so lucky that I pulled the trigger when I did, because I got DDR5 64 gigabytes of RAM for $150. The same amount of RAM that I
Hmm.
got now costs 600, and it's probably actually raised even more now.
More than likely, yeah.
So like, I just got lucky, and so I'm like future proofed for the next 2 or 3 years. Um, but not there's so many people that aren't right now. It's just sucks.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
That's
not.
Yeah, fortunately not me either. Sore Heart for $5. Some think that AI can be used to sync the lips in other languages when it comes to anime.
Well,
Um,
No.
no. You need to understand that is apparently verboten. I was. It's one of the things that I managed to talk about with Toppy that I think was interesting. If you know him, he's very. He has a font of information, but he's very opinionated. But one of the things he talked about is many animation companies, most animation companies from Japan, will not permit you to change the lip flaps of animation because you're fundamentally changing the intention of the artist. Like, there is actually a level of protectiveness over the animation itself. So
Yes.
Anyone that says that does not understand the problem. They just think that, they don't do it for one reason or X, or it's too hard, or it's too time consuming. They could. I mean, like, abridgers do it all the time. Like,
Exactly.
it's
But when it
actually not
comes
that
to
hard
like
in many ways.
official, yeah, but when it comes to like, official localizations, like that is the thing that gets a little dicey for, again, as you said, Raymond, that cultural and artistic significance on the part of like, the original creators and shit in the studio.
Yep. Sora Hart says something that AI. Oh, yeah, that was what you read out. Sorry, I was trying to
Yeah.
keep an eye.
Uh,
Robert Glendinning, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast except Dedorex. Please enjoy all the emojis that are now available to you, and welcome to the crew. Mark Lou, sorry. Wait, if RAM price is going up in price, isn't Kaiser way more expensive now than a week ago? Time to sell some of those RAM Kaiser. He needs those to live.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, like this isn't B-Stars. I'm not gonna sell parts of my fucking body in the black market.
Oh.
That happens in B-Stars? Damn.
Yeah, there's like a whole subplot about that.
Huh.
That
Oh.
happens there. It's interesting.
Yugok says, funnily enough, I know composers that first use digital tools for songs and have things later recorded by real instruments, compose on PC, later played in real life. Oh no, that's been typical in the industry for decades at this point, going all the way back to the first
Right.
Tron soundtrack to Vangelis.
Mm-hmm.
Like people using synthesized music and then later recording in orchestral, like you just look at any of this, 8-bit, 16-bit games like Final Fantasy and how a lot of their classic tunes have gotten re-recorded in orchestral later, and those were all
Yeah.
digitally created. It's less about digital tools. It's like, unless you're saying strictly it's machine learning, there's a distinction between the two because one is doing all of the heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm.
J5. This is just that Futurama episode where Bender's selling parts of himself. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Just replace Kaiser parts with a Nintendo Switch Lite.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I have one of those, and I ain't giving up my copy of Metroid Dread. Just run him on Windows XP, he'll run fine. Linux is an okay backup.
You already read Ugox's super chat now.
Yeah, that's when I just
Okay.
about music
All
and
right.
such. I call dibs on the arms.
Yeah, you can't have those, all right? I don't think I can trust chat with the Mega Buster, unfortunately, okay?
Hey, Celtic, if I wanted to, is it a good time to become a reviewer on YouTube or a YouTuber in general? I mean, the dirty secret is if you weren't Gen 1, you're not going to have anywhere near as much success. That's just...
Yeah, it all depends on like what specific goal you're trying to get at when it comes to becoming a YouTuber. If you're talking about in the sense of like, doing it as a hobbyist, as someone who wants like, a bit of income on the side, but just mainly want to just do things creatively that you personally care about, then yeah, I think it's much more accessible compared to
how it
yes,
used to
it's
be.
never been more accessible. But in terms of like trying to be the greats, unless you're trying to go for a very, very specific meta, that even then that meta changes like every couple weeks, I don't know, dog. You're gonna have a hard time.
Look at all of us. We are all like, we are small YouTubers by comparison to quite a few of them, and we've been
Yeah.
at this. Like, I've been at this for a decade now. Which, God, that's aging me. And I'm only now like making some level of success, and like just because like I had a niche doesn't mean that I can easily expand into larger niches. I am trying to grow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get more things out there, but it is an uphill battle if you're trying to find success on the platform. If you're just using it to be a hobbyist, that's fine. Like you'll have a good time probably.
It makes me very appreciative about like, because I grew much faster than I thought I would. Right. Like, and when it comes to ever since my very first video, pretty much most of my videos, like, most people's, like, very first video on YouTube doesn't really start with as much of, like, their best foot forward, basically. But I can always look back on my very first video and think, yeah, this is, like, some really good work, and I'm glad that a lot of people appreciated it. But I know for a fact that if I went for a much more, I guess, bigger target or larger subject matter, I would probably grow a lot faster, but it wouldn't really be as satisfying because that's not what I'm going for. And even then, even if I go that route, unless I do something really extravagant, I'll probably just be sticking in the 10 odds, like maybe 20k subs or something like that. At least that's my opinion.
UGOXX. Oh, okay. So we understand the distinction between AI generated music and Vocaloids. Cool. Topic feels awkward for a Hatsune Miku fan.
Well, here's the thing about Hatsune Miku is her voice was recorded by an actual person who got paid.
Yeah, it's like that's a lot different. That's basically how they created all the voices in Banjo-Kazooie, where you have like they talk gibberish, but what the gibberish actually is people talking into a microphone. They cut it up into little itty bitty parts, like their syllables and their vowels, and then they just stitch them all back together in like randomized patterns. Hatsune Miku is no different, where they basically had someone record like I, U, A, O, and all these different other like phrases and such into a microphone. And then they did it at different pitches, different sounds, and then they just remixed all of those sound files effectively. It's a whole process, and like it's not, strictly speaking, it's not machine generated. It's basically just it's using someone's voice as an instrument, like mayonnaise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get YouTube at all. I make nothing. I somehow have a couple of subs. Well, that's because you don't realize this. You're a stealth dom. You don't realize it. And you just need to embrace your inner dom, and you'll get more subs because they'll just be naturally attracted to your charisma.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've grown to dislike generative AI more and more. The main reason being it seems to be making humans in general dumber, lazier, and devaluing history and art. Yes. That is one of the major problems of the modern AI industry. And I don't know. I presume the bubble will pop. I mean, Microsoft is getting desperate to make Copilot a thing, to the point that they have now rebranded Microsoft Office as Copilot.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's one of the most disgusting things I have seen, and I am so glad that I have a permanent license for Word 2019. Like, they cannot change that. They cannot take that file that from me. I want this bubble to pop soon. I wonder when it will happen. Like, I've been waiting for the housing market to pop. Like, and that's been going on 10 years now. So, I don't know when things are going to change.
There's also like alternatives to Microsoft Office 365
like
as well. Well, OpenOffice and LibreOffice are both alternatives. Like, the only thing that I don't know about is like the cloud service. So if you are okay with like being slightly inconvenienced by not having a cloud feature, then like that's always a good option. The majority of people just want to use their writing programs to do stuff in. And it works perfectly fine. Like, it's more like what Office was 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
Oh god, did you see what Google Docs is doing? Where it's like, we have now like 1,000 more words of typing, and we can AI generate your particular unique style, and it's like you can opt out, but it's like, I don't like what that indicates. I don't care about that.
That's why actually
that's nasty.
I had I had a very nasty discussion last night with somebody over that. That whole thing, because they just did not care because it would slightly inconvenience them to not use the now AI products. So they weren't going to do it. I was like, oh, but like, why?
It is unfortunate, but everyone has their own viewpoint on these things. I still get frustrated with my family because like my sister really loves using like the AI image generators for like memes, like well not even memes, like she creates like just funny images she finds amusing, like polar bears doing things like goofy human things. It's like I guess like
You mean
I could
like
probably
like going to like a fucking, I don't know, theater in the Bronx or some shit like that?
something like that, like oh they're having a snowball fight, or like recreating the polar bear Coke commercials, that sort of thing. Not video, but obviously just like the images.
Right.
I don't know, my Duel Links prediction.
I kind of always wondered like what, like if we were to make like lots of AI stuff, just like flood it, and it's like if you can make it so that the AI companies couldn't make a profit off of it because they're expecting to make a profit in roughly like by 2030. It's like, but what if you made it so that they don't make a profit by
Yeah, I mean, what was the last big tech boom? Because like there was something that I'm trying to blank on it, but there was something that was before the machine learning algorithm they were trying to push really hard in a lot of different places. And I just that it was NFTs. That's what I was thinking of. NFTs.
Yeah.
Crypto has survived. Like crypto has survived, and I'm torn on that one because I like the idea of having an alternative currency. That's there's a whole bunch of stuff about currency that you could try and change, but like NFTs, man, that was such a fast bubble to burst, and everyone saw it.
Yeah, and it
coming.
was all during the pandemic too, so you just got to see that crash and burn in real time.
Yeah, and
Yep,
the fact
that
that
was
like
great.
the fact that these CEOs cannot see this happening, that they're not learning from history about NFTs and flash in the pan ideas. Like AI has application, and that's the only reason it has legs. NFTs really
Yeah.
didn't. But like I don't think it has as much staying power as they think. It's going to collapse. I just don't know when. It's not a sustainable model.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
not.
although to be fair, without that whole situation, we wouldn't have that one guy who did this entire announcement for his own version of Bitcoin. You know, the guy who yells "Bitcoin now!"
Yeah, BitConnect.
Dog, that guy was so fucking funny.
We
I
also
think he
wouldn't have
isn't he
crypto
in jail?
scans like Boogie6298 or whatever.
Oh, that's
298.
true.
We should cover Boogie sometime. I feel like that would be just.
Which part of Boogie, man?
I mean, to be fair, he does have his own orbit, so there's a lot to cover.
Exactly.
Oh, announcement now. Amberlynn Reed is part of the LOLcow universe.
The LOLcow extended universe.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum. I hate living.
Yeah.
I want to die. I'm in pain. Someone help me! Help me! Help me, please!
She's not having a good time on the alternate LOLcow channels that they have.
Are they like making her do things like? God, what they've made Boogie do is like, you're now punished with going cleaning up litter on the side of the road, and he was miserable during that.
Well, they're wanting to put her in fat camp, and she absolutely refuses to do it. And it's like, but it will help you. She's like, no, I'm not gonna. Like, because she is such a fucking baby that they're trying to like be soft with her, and she still refuses even the niceties that they are giving her.
Well, that's typically how lolcow starts out. It's like they're generally like,
Yeah, they're
okay, if you work with us, we'll
ironically.
work with you, that sort of thing. But then like when they start to be hard-edged assholes, it's like, okay, yeah, gloves are off. We're not fucking with that anymore.
Well, yeah. Well, like they already had somebody on who raked her over the coals with stuff, and she got really upset. She started crying. And then that person is like coming up with receipts because Amber deleted all her entire channel because she got demonetized because the rules have changed. And now they realized that they can't she can't make money off of being fat or like eating lots of food anymore like she used to back in the day. So her entire channel got demonetized. She was going to quit YouTube and go and get like a real job for a while, and we're like, yeah, that's not gonna last. And we were right, because she came back and now she's working with Keemstar. Like, yeah.
What the fuck?
He's been wanting to get her on there for a while, and now this is the opportunity that he took in order to get her on.
He just wants his own cattle, basically, of just
Yeah,
little cows, you know. What I mean?
He
The
wants his whole
Keemstar-
he wants an
Keemstar
entire
Farms.
herd.
Yeah, he's gathering the herd.
Yeah, he's
Also,
gathering a
here's
herd.
some art.
Oh, we have some
got
art.
some new art.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
Who is this from,
is-
and why is it like?
This is from Titan
This
Executor.
is Titan. He's complaining
Yeah.
about modern art.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
this is pretty good. I mean, I like it. It's a very unique take on us.
I thought that I actually looked really cute with the little eyes, and
You look
then
like a little
the...
ghost.
I do.
I like how you can't tell with me whether or not I'm wearing my glasses or if I'm like that old style like noir character where it's like a big hat just covering my eyes.
Kaiser, it's clearly a boomerang stapled to your face.
No, what if it's a samurai helmet, Raymond? You know,
He is secretly
Like those
telling
Shogun
you.
helmets.
He's secretly telling you that you're actually Australian.
Oh my god. Almost forgot. I'm the Despot. For $5, said I'm split on AI. I think using it to write and make art is a misuse. On the other hand, a lot of the outrage I've seen is from artists who scam people.
Interesting.
I don't know who you're talking
What-
about in terms of that. Plenty of the
What
people that I've
artists-
seen criticize it don't do that. So,
Like,
I'd be
I mean,
curious to know.
Oh
who
God,
you
should we
do.
cover the Jaza video?
Yeah.
We should. We'll do that next week, maybe.
Yeah.
Because like I think then the week after that will be. Oh, will that be Iron Lung? No, Iron. Let's see. So Jazz is 14th, then a week after, then Iron Lung. Iron Lung's going to be February 4th. Because like
What the fuck is Iron Lung?
it's a Markiplier's movie. I'm gonna
Oh.
I'm gonna go see it and I'm gonna report back to you guys about it.
Oh.
What?
Oh boy. I had no idea that
Yeah.
we were doing this.
Well, no, I just like I realized, oh, we should probably cover that because that's going to be like kind of big in the internet sphere talking about that.
Mm.
film.
Yeah, just a YouTuber original movie that isn't.
Yeah.
That isn't the two that one of the Paul brothers made. I
He
forgot
also
all about
broke
that
a
one
world
sometime.
record doing it. The most fake blood used in a production ever.
That is true.
Okay.
They
Also,
they used so much blood they ran out of fake blood in all of Texas.
yes, I remember that. I will say though, I don't know what anyone means when they say artists who scam people, because like the majority of artists that are out there in general are against AI. So unless if you're saying that artists in general scam people because they want to make a living wage off of the art that they do, then maybe that says
Yeah.
something about
Oh
you. I don't know.
God.
I don't know. Like I would need to. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm the Despot. Definitely like I don't know. Link some examples of people
Yeah.
who have said, "Hey, AI is bad. AI is bad." Okay, and then on the
Buy
other
my
side, that they're like,
NFT.
you know. But yeah, that's the
Yeah.
other end.
You have to prove that these people are actually like proven scammers. Like if you just say that people that you've seen who are against AI are scammers, like we don't know what you mean by that, because our experiences are the majority of people who are artists out there do not like AI, and we are artists and we do not like AI.
Yeah, it's very interesting now because like I have done quite a bit of art this last year. It's like, oh, I'm actually arting. Oh,
You're dead art.
Yeah.
I qualify sort of.
Yeah.
That's just a weird sensation because I've never felt like I was really good at art. But yeah, we're all artists to some degree here. I guess editing is also an art, like you can call it that.
Yeah.
Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that, except Deterex.
Except for Derek.
Please enjoy all of the
Still
emojis.
no measurement.
And welcome to the crew. The oh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Amberlyn Reach started an OnlyFans. See how well that goes.
Oh my god.
What?
Can you imagine? Can you
What?
imagine the nightmares that would come out from that?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
no.
I
That'd
don't
be
know.
insane.
Like she already thinks that she's kind of hot stuff. And
Oh,
Like-
okay. We will never see mental illness like what if that happens, we will see a level of mental illness the likes of which we have never seen before.
yeah. Well, like for some reason she keeps getting girlfriends to abuse, and I have no idea how she manages that.
Well, Twy, you've heard the old adage. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them wants to be abused.
This is true. We did get confirmation that she still is dating Tommy, so she is still in that mutual destructive relationship. So,
Who are you guys talking about? I just showed up a few minutes ago. We're talking about Amberlyn Reed. We're off onto a conversation about lolcals right now.
yeah.
Is Boogie still on lolcals, or did he check out again?
He is. And the only reason why I know that is because he also came on to shit on Amber Lynn.
Oh my god.
Oh, he does not have fucking room to talk. You want to talk
Dog,
about
the two
scammers.
Mavericks are fighting. The two Mavericks are fighting.
Oh, I was gonna say one interesting anecdote is like again EFAP coverage. They just covered Joseph Anderson, that he was on stream talking about, like, speaking of scammers, like that's where my brain was coming from, is he was complaining about Hollow Knight Silk Song only being $20. He wanted it to cost more. And everyone was like,
What?
why? And he was like, well, it's unfair now that the entire market is now going to be judged against Silk Song, which has so much content. And it's like, and
all right, I'm looking for the problem part of that.
Yeah, he's like, well, think if you're an upcoming developer. And it's like, well, they were with the original Hollow Knight, which was still relatively cheap and packed with content that they updated for free on the regular.
It took them half a decade to make this shit. Yeah, that's kind of what you got to do. You got to set a standard, dude.
And he's like, well, if you're an up and it's like it's like it's 3 guys in a fucking cave.
I was about to. Yeah, this is their second game. This is their second game.
And like they have several fundamental reasons. Like it was supposed to be backer DLC. Well, it's no longer DLC. It's a full game. So I think they gave it to them for free, and then they just charged everyone else less because it's like, hey, we're giving you a full game now. And then also, hey, it's a good business decision because instead of one person buying a $60 game, we might now have 4 people buying a $20 game. That's a net profit of $80. That's a net of $20.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's just a lot of factors that if he legitimately did say that is some maverick.
He
ass
argued
shit.
with his
That's
chat.
crazy.
His chat was baffled. I might have to see if I can find, like, Mahler isolated the clip. I'm pretty sure. I hope he put it up somewhere. It is It is one of the most baffling takes I have ever seen. Because he's like, well, that's not really, it's not really free market. And he tried to make the equivalence of like, imagine a billionaire decides to go to like a third world country and open up a hamburger shack for, make hamburgers for a quarter so people can buy it for a quarter. He's running out all the competition. And it's like,
Oh my god!
it's like, okay, there are several levels this doesn't work, but also this guy is making incredibly cheap food to an impoverished society. What's wrong with that?
Dude, okay, somebody should just be like, you need to stop talking. You need to stop fucking talking.
Joseph Anderson like, he is one of the most popular game critics out on the internet.
Yeah.
And
by far.
So many of his takes are just bafflingly wrong. Like, God, his Soma is not a horror game take. It's just
that one's a banger. That one's a banger of a bad video.
It reminds me of when we covered Silent Hill F. Like, the people that are like, "Oh, it's not scary," and it's like, "All right, great, thanks." What does that add to the conversation? Zim the Despot says, my original super chat was inspired by a clip of VTuber Kirsch talking about her being stiffed by multiple artists months ago by and nothing to show for it and get pushback when asked for an update. No, don't get me wrong. There are artists that are complete scum. They are complete scams. But like, that's why it's important that like people call them out. Like we have a counter system in place, which is calling them out. I've had a friend that got scammed pretty hard by an artist, and she is still bitter about it, pretty hardcore.
But I don't know if that makes up the majority of people who criticize AI.
Yeah, no, it is by no means the majority. That is a minority of artists.
I'm still looking for the connection between these scam artists and AI. Also,
presuming that they
your
were the
first
ones
problem.
That said that.
Yeah. Also, your first problem is interacting with people when they contact you on Discord about being an artist.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. That's a little... I mean, if you knew them beforehand, if you'd gotten into a voice chat with them, fine. Otherwise, you better... You gotta check
at least like once a week I get a friend request from one of the random
Discord
servers
so
I'm in.
Fucking annoying.
Yes.
I hate it.
Go away. I don't know why do you think I am 5 years old and I will just blindly accept your friend request? That's pointless.
I talk to them at first sometimes, and it's so funny because I state outright, because sometimes they're like, "Can I talk to you?" And it's like, only if you do not solicit me. And then immediately they go on their solicit, and I tell them, fuck off. I literally just told you to not solicit me. And they're like, okay.
Well, yeah, because they're typically bots. Like,
yeah.
Shelly Evans, I'm not reading out your full name. I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sent five gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all 5 people that got caught in that, except Dedarex. And everyone, please enjoy all the emotes and welcome to the crew.
Yay!
Also, apparently, Kirsha is a synthetic man mod. I didn't
know
that.
Oh, Kirsha.
I heard her name around before, and I saw like some clips or whatever, but I didn't know that.
Okay,
well, I don't feel bad for her anymore.
Yeah, now her credibility has been damaged. You guys know our opinions on Synthetic Man. That man has had so many awful takes.
Like, if she gotten screwed over, fine, that's bad, whatever. But I'm going to until the day I care enough to actually look into story, I'm gonna side-eye this a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't blame someone for just being like, I don't fucking care about his takes. I just want that bag. And it's like, if they have that mindset, it's like, all right, you have no scruples on that matter, fine, but at least you're honest about it. That's a...
Yeah.
That's something.
When it comes to the scam artists on Discord, I had a really fun time once because I was working on my keyboard, and this person messaged me, and they had runes in their in their name. So I just decided, what if I just fuck with them and use my rune keyboard to talk to them? And they got so confused.
More art from Daigato. Celtic, please, I need the Switch Lite to save my life. Hold on, I'm on the final boss of Metroid Dread. Oh, I died again. Okay. 1 minute, I gotta restart the fight. It'll take, like, what, 10 minutes? It'll be fine.
No, come on, man.
Dude, Raven Beak is a fucking bitch of a fight, but it's so much fun.
Okay. I honestly, that's one of the things that is tempting me to maybe buy a Switch Lite at some point. It's just to play that game. Because it seems pretty fun.
It is. It is so much fun. I recently used a copy of my ROM. I copied it from my game card to play it on my PC with a Switch emulator, and I got a randomizer going, and it's like, God, a randomizer of that game is just amazing. It's so much fun.
Okay.
Difficult by satisfying the master.
Sweet.
That's all of Dread. Dread is like the best Metroid game. I've even come around on the music a lot, like, which was the weakest part of it. Anyway, we have meandered for long enough, almost 50 minutes now. Let's get into the video. And the first thing I was going to say is, like, I like his artistic room setup. I think it's a lot of fun. I like this avatar of his.
I don't know what it looks like because the video hasn't...
Sorry.
It's not in
Yeah,
there.
it might look different
There
on
we
your
go.
end because you're actually playing it.
Yeah.
There we go.
He has a little kitty
Oh, yeah, I
cat,
like
some
this.
fuzzy seal slippers, which I'll move that out of the way so you
Yeah.
guys can see. He has a Hollow Knight in the corner. He has a Fuecoco, little Kokiri, not Kokiri, Korok. He's got Big Man from whatchamacallit, Splatoon. He really likes seals.
Yeah.
A little, I
It's
love the
not
little
that. It's a
possum.
bit of a teal, freaking coloration. Ugox, yes, she's a synthetic man mod and thinks building a mosque is a hostile takeover, among
What?
other things like black fatigue and so. Oh, Lord.
Okay, so
well,
she's extremist,
there's-
anti-Islam. Okay, that's
Oh
I
boy.
guess. That's crazy.
like, I've said it. Like, I do have my issues with Islamic. I have issues with every religion. Like, that's the thing. Like, I have issues with them. I believe there's horribly toxic aspects of quite a few of them, and they should not be embraced aspects. But, like,
Yeah, but you're not gonna call them building a freaking church or whatever equivalent
if you
of
want to build a place of
hostile
worship,
takeover.
if you do all the, like, proper paperwork and such, that's fine. Like, just go ahead. I don't care. And I generally, like, I don't care what religion you believe in, so long as you're a nice person and you're an upstanding citizen. You're
And
good
as
in
long
my
as
book.
you don't
Also not
hurt
my-
other people in the name of your religion.
Did I hear black
As long as
fatigue?
you're not my-
Yeah, it's when people get sick of seeing Kaiser on screen.
I was about to say when they're tired of hearing me yap a bunch, but you know, it is what it is. I hope, yeah, you know, I probably that's kind of why I didn't post as many videos last year. You know, that's part of that black fatigue. That's self-hating black fatigue.
Eric Ronan, Celtic Phoenix. If my channel reaches 1 million subscribers, then do a collab with Trump, Obama, and Biden on Smash Bros. You act like 1 million subscribers has anywhere near that much pull. I mean, I guess. I mean, like, AOC
kinda
did
see
play
what's
Among Us with a bunch of people.
I forgot
That was
about
fucking
that.
weird.
She also played Fall Guys, right?
Yeah, I think so.
With somebody, I forget which, like, creator or pundit or whatever the fuck.
Like, on one hand, I don't really like AOC. On the other hand, I do think it's kind of dope that there are Congress people, and I wish this became more common, that wanted to be more down to earth and, like, hang out with people. I kind of see that as a publicity stunt, but it could also be a stepping stone in, like, making Congress people more personable. I mean, one thing that I'm really happy with is I got to meet my former congressman. He's not been able to get elected recently, but my congressman for the area, I got to actually meet him while he was still in office and talk with him face to face about a lot of things. It was
Oh, cool.
yeah, and he's a very personable guy. Like he has some stances that I don't like, but like it reminds you that the people in office are still human and that they know that you're still human. Like you remind them. It's a very important time in our world to remind each other that, guys, we're all in this together to some extent. Can we not be assholes and go to extremes, please?
Yeah, can we not blow up the planet,
Yeah, we're not all Torres. Silver-haired freak, you look like 1 million subscribers. Less impressive than you would have 10 years ago. Oh!
Well, then again, oh shit.
Fuck, that's a great insult. Oh my god.
Yeah. Although that depends. Are they saying that what's the word? In the sense that you're like, it depends on what you got them from. Are you a Minecraft YouTuber? Then that's absolutely an insult.
Next thing you know, Donald Trump will play Life is Strange 2. Oh my god, can you imagine that? Chloe is the worst girlfriend to have ever lived. Oh, she shouldn't have abandoned Max. Max sacrificed an entire city for her. Not a good move. Not a good. I don't approve. But you know, if someone makes that sacrifice for you, you can't see it, but I'm doing the hand motion.
Yeah, no. I can sense it. Okay, I can sense the vibrations of you doing the motions.
Ew.
What?
All right. Well, let's actually start the video now.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
And in today's video, I'll be discussing art and writing tropes. Specifically, tropes I'm not very fond of. I know many of you saw the thumbnail, recognize a character that you either love or hate, and immediately click in to tell me I'm wrong or that I'm so right and based, without having actually watched the video. I just want to clarify, I'll be giving examples of both media I like and media I'm not a big fan of. Analyzing what we enjoy and what we don't can make us appreciate works of fiction more. Feel free to let me know if you disagree with me. Let's just keep it civilized and remember that all my criticisms are in good faith. And for the people wondering what I'm drawing, these are my OCs, which I haven't really shared much about here. I'm planning the lore drop for a future video. For now, I've mainly talked about them in Unveil, which happens to be the sponsor of today's video. This is not the...
Okay, well, before we go into the sponsor, this is a pretty good start to the video, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm much more predisposed to engage less angrily now. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I am still curious if we'll get enraged over certain takes, and so what was your name again? It was Finnautica. If you see this video and we do get enraged, do know it's to some degree probably for good fun.
Yeah.
So we're probably more receptive if you're going to keep on this tone.
Like there's a difference between like the kind of attitude that you have when you're just doing a reaction with your friends as opposed to like actually talking to a person.
Yeah, we proved that with Ant because like we had a really civil conversation with him.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's very important to remember. Like there's a lot of people that we cover that we would almost certainly be willing to have on. Like I've even entertained, while not fully accepting the thought of maybe even having like people up through Synthetic Man on, even though I find them rather abominable in how they handle things. Like I have no expectation that he would even be up for it.
Oh, not even close.
Yeah,
No,
but like,
Yeah, no.
But the idea is like, if someone wants to reach out and have an actual good faith conversation about something that we were hypercritical on them on, we are always going to be open with that. And I think that that leads to really helping people grow in terms of criticism. Like we've learned things on here. We've certainly grown as we've done this, and I hope to think that we've helped other people grow too. So it's like, it's all very important that we keep the dialogue roads open.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are the chances of
just,
Zell
I
being on
guess-
here? That one started it all. If Zell wants to come on, the door is open. I highly doubt he will want to, but I do not want him to take that statement as like, we don't want him here. No. I'd be fully happy to have him on. I don't think it'd be productive, but I think I'd be open to it.
I just want to understand, like I want to dissect a lot of Ruby fans. Like they're very weird creatures to me.
Well, luckily Zell apparently has a couple of access ports, so it shouldn't be that hard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hope
they do have a Tumblr, I believe. From what I remember.
I hope Zell has a right to repair policy.
Oh my god.
Well, like the one time that I interacted with Knight of Balance, I understood what he was fundamentally about. And it was this like really weird idea of like karma, effectively. Like, oh, you're criticizing people that I like. Therefore, I'm a person who has to put karma on you by giving you a hard time because you gave people that I like a hard time. It's like, that is such parasocial behavior.
Yeah, that is so fucking cringe, dude.
It's like, you do know that like us criticizing these people like Miles and Carrie, we aren't hurting them. We are not causing them pain by criticizing them or being
Dog, I
mean
wish
to
I
the
had
TV
that
show.
power. You kidding me?
Oh, Billy Donuts!
Oh my god, Billy!
Billy Donuts! First Billy Donuts segment of the entire year of 2026. We love it, people.
Yeah, but like, it was so weird to me with this mindset of like, oh, well, I have to punish you because you're being mean to somebody about their work. It's like,
oh my god, I have to strike you down where you stand, man.
Yeah, like being some sort of like literal white knight for Miles and Carrie, who don't even know that the majority of the critics exist. Like, they are not hurt by our criticism. And even if they do see our criticism, like, it's only a benefit for them if they do look at what we say about their show and then try to change it. Like, it's not a bad thing.
But yeah, I wish I had the power for my videos to, like, make people feel things.
Yeah.
that's a different I wish I had the power to make people feel things. That's a depressing statement.
I want the power to make them feel that pineapple on pizza is the devil. Not enough of them feel that.
Agreed.
I gave that kind of power to my OC, and I've been having a lot of fun dissecting how horrible that power would actually be for her and everyone in her vicinity.
Damn.
All right, well, let's see what he has to say in this ad.
First time I'm recommending Unveil. It's a platform where you can share your characters and stories and connect with other creators. Unveil values human creativity above anything else. They continuously work to improve the UI and the search engine, and yes, they are probably anti-AI. The community there is lovely and very supportive. You can post your characters, share their backstories, use the trivia section to fully flesh out any details you want to include, customize the theme and colors of the page to your liking, and they even have an option to add a Spotify playlist you made for your characters to their profile. Moreover, with the worlds feature, you can organize multiple characters from different stories so they are easier to browse. And the chances are, you still need to write down and organize that very cool character lore you came up with, but it's all in your head. So do you want to flesh out your characters? Want to read what me and other creators have written about our own OCs? Or maybe you want to create a character based on every single trope I'm mentioning in this video out of spite? In any case, I can recommend Unveil enough. Thank you again to Unveil for sponsoring this video, and let's begin with the first trope.
This is the first time that I've ever heard another YouTuber sound like Iset the Original.
Sound like what?
She's a YouTuber and the wife of another YouTuber that I've been watching for like 12 years.
Okay.
Maybe they're from like the same country.
Well, here's the thing. Iset is from all over Europe, so she has like a mishmash of different accents.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It reminds me of Nostalgia Critic. He was talking about monsters, and it's like he was talking about the black and white striped one. And it's like, well, she has an accent. Well, what kind of accent? Just an accent.
Just. Okay, but the first trope is oops, all orphans. Okay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I see this trope a lot in media, but it's even more prominent with people so cis, and it's the character with dead parents. Stop typing. No, I am not against every single character that has deceased relatives. And yes, it's realistic
I'm
to have
joking.
characters that have suffered the loss of a loved one. It's not even uncommon. I could say it's more rare to have all your characters coming from healthy, functional families. But that is not the issue. The issue is when every single character has this extremely angsty backstory where at least one of their parents have died. Now, I see where this is coming from.
But okay, I have a problem with this because immediately you mentioned fucking Disney characters. Disney
Okay.
characters, the majority of them come from fucking fairy tales. You know how old fairy tales are? They are hundreds of years old. Do you know how often people fucking died hundreds of years ago?
A
Shut
lot.
up.
I was
I
gonna
mean, I
say,
got-
like,
well,
common causes of
No.
death back in the olden day, and even some level today. Childbirth.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
people don't have mothers because they died giving birth to them. I actually, it is giving me an idea for a character who, like, it starts out kind of serious, like my parents died when I was 5, and like all these angsty backstory. But like as like the campaign
died,
goes on,
Donatello.
it's like my uncle died when I was 6, and it's like then later my aunt died when I was 7. My second uncle died when I was, and just like you just keep learning about this guy's extended family that all just
yeah,
keep
just every
dying.
birthday results in like a family death.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
My birthday's coming up. I fully expect one of you to die. We're not blood related.
But like,
I don't know if that matters or not. Haven't seen it yet. But I consider you
But,
family.
like-
Why would you do that to us?
god. But
Oh my god, we were
what-
talking about it earlier. I just got an
Go
ad for because I'm on chat on my phone for
Okay.
Office.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's scummy. But like, going to I guess my point in regards to this. Okay. And also, what if there's like a story where having a majority of the characters be, orphans or have some kind of angsty backstory, facilitates a very specific like point that about the world or the setting that the characters are in. Like that's the case with Naruto. Naruto's in a fucking, takes place in a feudal ninja world where all the countries are warring against each other and, ninja have to train child soldiers in order to fight for their lives out there on the battlefield when they obviously probably shouldn't. And that obviously results in all these like crazy things happening. I
Yeah.
would imagine that in a story like that, it would be pretty goddamn appropriate for most of the characters to be orphans.
holy shit, Noel, take care of your man.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
well,
what?
like
He was getting
he's
sick
better
last
now.
night. Well, no,
Oh shit.
yeah, she said my fiance had a 39-degree fever and started panting and could only eat pudding. I spoon fed him.
Oh yeah, she told me about the spoon feeding. It was pretty cute, especially because she showed it to me on camera, like how he was. It was really funny.
I was gonna say, like, we confirm Noel is just anime character. We know this.
Yes.
Like, everyone
Well,
everyone confirms that.
Well, I hope he feels better. So that y'all can be adorable. While you're
39
helping with
degrees
things.
Fahrenheit, dude. He'd be a corpse. I'm not even sure corpses get that cold. Jesus Christ, man. No, 39 Celsius. She's Japanese.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this person is not American. Only Americans in like one other country uses Fahrenheit. Celsius is the default.
He's okay, everyone. He lost his voice, but he's heading to work as we speak. Okay.
We got more Titan art. I must find
Oh.
out, Ruby fans.
Oh my god.
I know that's an actual tool, but like my brain first went to that's a pizza cutter.
I thought that was a fidget spinner.
But yeah, like, the thing is like with a lot of OCs, they don't have a lot of concrete stuff for their stories. A lot of them do. So like you have to take into context like what the person is doing with the story for their characters. If they have one at all. Because if they're just someone who's saying like, oh, my character has a tragic backstory, and their parents are dead, and it's like, oh, what happened to them? Do you have a story for it? And they're like, no. Then you can get annoyed by it because it's like, oh, you're just being
Yeah.
edgy for the sake of being edgy. But if you
Now,
have like
Grant.
an
Oh, go ahead.
entire world where it's set up where like just like in Naruto or just like in like hundreds of years ago or anything where like the explanation makes sense, then it's like why would you get annoyed at that?
Yeah, like I think it just depends on how purposeful that decision from a story perspective actually is. Now,
Yeah.
granted, we haven't heard their qualifier because there is an extent even in those stories where it can be useful. Like in Naruto's case, my issue isn't necessarily like the overuse of like tragic backstories or anything like that. I think for the most part the frequency of their use is fine. It's that my issue is more so just that like some of them feel a little interchangeable, which kind of harms their impact a little
Because like
bit.
I could think of like a lot of examples. Like we just finished watching Magi with the boys a few weeks ago, and a lot of characters there have tragic backstories. Aladdin was born without any parents, and he never knew his family. Like he just got an adoptive grandmother in like episode 3, and then she died in episode 4.
Oh
Um
fuck, okay.
yeah, but and then of course there's Alibaba with his mother who died. Well, both of his parents are dead prior to the start of the series. But we see how both of his parents had affected him and how he turned out and his thoughts and opinions about things.
Mm.
Morgiana, we never know her parents. We don't even know if they're alive or dead because she was a slave. Um, then there's Hakuryu, and his father is dead, and his mother is one of the main antagonists of the series.
Mm.
So like a lot of the main characters don't have parents in this story. But the reason is like the whole thing is this is supposed to be a sort of utopian world where there isn't a lot of suffering, but the main antagonists come in to create horrible suffering in the world. So like the whole reason why the majority of these characters except
Okay.
for Aladdin have all of these horrible things happen to them is because of the main antagonists of the series.
Right. Like I said, it depends on like how purposeful that decision actually is.
Yeah.
So like it can be overused, and to be fair, we haven't heard entirely what this person has to say about it. So I
Yeah.
guess we can
Yeah.
just see
But
where this goes. Oh, go
it's
ahead.
not the first time that we've talked about things and then the person has directly talked about it right afterwards. Because it's just
Oh
our
yeah.
thoughts. And it's a good way to see like whether or not our thoughts align with the person once we actually hear him. Because we state our opinions and then we hear what this person has to say, right?
Right. That guy to be fair, it's because of Donzo. That guy caused everyone to be ruined because of Han Kaiser. Dog, I watched that video from DJ the Champ recently, talking about like all the things that Donzo from Naruto did and how basically everything bad that happens in the series can be traced back to him. It's fucking hilarious, man. It is insane.
Well, Yukok says Aladdin, both my parents died before I was born. Actually, no, that's true. It's true. Aladdin's parents did die before he was born. He had to be magically removed from his mother's womb because she was dying, and then he
Oh
developed
shit.
inside of a magical womb.
I was gonna say,
Oh
like,
my
it's
God.
also important to consider the effect that it has on the character. Like
Yeah.
that's really the heart of like Final Fantasy VII is a great example of how doing this bad. Like Final Fantasy VII, all the main characters, like literally almost the entire party, were raised in the same orphanage. and none of them remembered.
You
and
mean
it's
Final
like,
Fantasy 8?
sorry, Final Fantasy 8.
You
My
said
apologies.
Yeah, I was about to say 7. What?
I mean, to be fair, in 7, most of the characters' parents are dead.
Yeah.
I think it's Yuffie, and then for most of the story, Red 9 have living parents. Barrett and Vincent are old enough that their parents have naturally passed away, I think. Although, I think Barrett's only like... He's in like his early 30s, which is weird.
And I believe Yuffie's father is still alive.
Yeah, I was going to say Yuffie and Red 9 are the only two that have parents. And Red 9's dies.
I mean, Red 13, right?
Sorry, Red 13's. Oh, God, I'm all over the place.
What are numbers?
Yeah,
The
Yuffie has
bird doesn't
parents.
know.
Her dad's alive. Her dad's a main character, or a side plot character.
Yeah. Right.
Final Fantasy 7, except for Sephiroth's mother.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Genova
Probably
shows
pretty
up
better
in
with that one.
Kingdom Hearts? That'd be wild.
Oh my
yeah.
lord. Would they like reinvent her as like a different kind of character at that point?
Oh,
I mean,
she'd almost
I'm
certainly
not
be
sure.
like a nobody or a heartless or something. I could see her
Something
being
like
something
that,
along the
because-
lines of that weird ship that Ansem had at the end of KH1.
That is
Kafka
true.
was turned into a Heartless in Union Cross.
Oh,
He
I
was?
I didn't know about
Yeah.
that. That's news to me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Kefka was in Kingdom Hearts? How is
Yeah.
anyone still alive?
They nerfed the shit out of him, I bet, yeah.
Well, I mean, when you have a big Heartless boss fighting like hundreds of thousands of Keyblade wielders.
Mm.
Kefka Cage.
Well, at least he's not near any rivers, okay? As long as he's not near any rivers, I think we're fine.
Mysterious Sir Heartless is based on him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Interesting.
Okay, well,
Okay.
It's just coming from. It's just easier making your characters not have parents, especially in some genres like children adventures, where having the parents involved in the story could mean an obstacle for our main character. I don't think most parents would approve of their kids going to battle evil monsters and stuff. Moreover,
no. Okay, now I gotta take a harder stance on this because, like, Pokemon.
Yeah.
Right out the gate, Pokemon almost always has a mother or father in rare cases. Like they're like, oh, you're going on an adventure as a 10-year-old? Here, take these running shoes. Thanks.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If the culture has it so that it's acceptable to do, then no parent is going to have a problem with that.
Yeah, not really.
I also
Like,
don't agree that, like, having
No.
no parents makes it easier.
Yeah, no.
I don't quite understand that chain of logic, because then you have to think
I mean-
about, like, okay, when did the parents die? How did they die? How did it affect the character?
Yeah,
As
and how
opposed
are-
to, I had a loving home and was raised to have, good-natured values or something like that. And it's like, okay, done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and-
especially when, like, oh, where are they? Okay, so if they're not being taken care of by their parents, like, where are they exactly now then? Like, what
Yeah.
are they doing?
And it's so easy to just say, like, yeah, my character has parents, but they are separated for one reason or another from their parents. Like, I don't know, maybe the parents went off on a cruise, or maybe they got separated in an earthquake, a la Land Before Time, or something of that sort. There's a character in this children's show that I watched. I didn't even know that it was an anime until like 10 years ago, and I watched it when I was like 4. Serendipity the Pink Dragon is what it was called in English. But the main character had 2 parents, and he was just separated from them in the first episode, and he drifted on this iceberg onto an island that was very magical. And, like, we don't know if his parents are alive or dead. They could be alive. They could be searching for their son, or they could think that their son is dead, and they just don't know. We don't know.
In fact,
I I think that there are like a lot of other episodes, but only in Japanese. So I would have to like watch it.
Adventures in Babysitting. That's a kids movie about kids going on a wacky adventure. Like,
Yeah.
like that's the whole point of the film is that they have to get home. Like the parents don't become an obstacle; they become like a soft antagonist. That's
Yeah, they do.
Silverhaired
fact-
Freak says that would require world building, and that's hard. I don't even agree with that.
I mean, that doesn't even require like world building to do. Like creating a good, just simple. Sometimes the simplest answer is the best one.
Your
to
character
use in
has
these
to come from
situations.
somewhere within the nature
Yeah.
of the within the universe. So naturally speaking, you're going to have to world build around where they came from to define them as a character. And if they had to be born somehow, unless it's some weird eldritch egg spawning like say Eureka from Eureka 7.
Yeah.
If it's
Right.
not that, I mean, even that could be considered like affecting because she doesn't know. Like that's a whole part of her character is that she was
Yeah,
spawned.
that was a huge subplot.
She has no idea how to be a mother to the 3 children she's effectively adopted, and her partnership with Renton is key in helping them develop.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and there's also like in the case of like, for example, Now and Then Here and There, where like, okay, the main character's a young like 12-year-old kid, and you know he was out playing in the playground before the story began when suddenly the main bad guy showed up and trying to capture this little magical girl, and then as a result of the chaos, they got whisked off to the other world. Okay, simple enough.
So yeah, I very much hard disagree with this take so far.
Yeah.
That is this relative can give your character that bit of extra trauma that people think is necessary to make compelling characters. And of course, we cannot forget that if your character has parents, they must have any sort of relationship with them. And you have to write that. And that's a lot of work that you can just avoid by removing the parents altogether.
Again, I disagree. Like I can understand the earlier part of that where it's like a lot of people will do that to generate trauma for the character. That is something that people like. That is the main complaint I would have with the trope is people use it as a shortcut to make a traumatic backstory. But like,
Yes.
again, like the nature of the relationship between the parent and the child is still going to be relevant even in that circumstance. And if it's not, then you're not really.
Yeah, that's something that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Toru's parents were both dead in Fruits Basket, but we still see the relationship between Toru and her mother, and to a smaller extent, the relationship that Toru had with her father, or lack of relationship, because she didn't have a very good feeling about her father due to how he affected her mother. But like, even though that her parents were both dead, we still know how she felt about them. So this is just fundamentally not true.
Yeah.
Like you can have dead parents and have that kind of tragedy and still build in how the character formed relationships with their parents.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like all that is just executionary related things.
Yeah.
But like I'm not sure how what's the word? I mean, I can understand, people being lazy about it. But the thing about I guess in one way I can understand where they are coming from, because like it on the outset it might seem like something that is like easier to do, I guess.
Silverhaired
but like
Freak
in
says,
practice, not really.
was more talking about establishing a culture where nobody bats an eye at children adventuring on their own. I worded that poorly. There's plenty of excuses otherwise to have no parents in the plot. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty.
Well, I was going to say,
I'm
like,
sure Chaz already said many of them.
again, it's not, you don't have to make the relationship with the parents all that complicated. Is it good
No.
or is it bad or is it complicated? Like, that's like the kind of the different steps that you want to have in terms of like defining it. If it's just good, oh yeah, I have a good relationship with my parents and I love them, or something like that. I have a bad relationship with my parents
Yeah.
and I hate them. You can leave it pretty bare bones if you really want to. You don't have to go super deep into it.
We have never
Yeah.
seen a parent in Kingdom Hearts, and yet we still know about Sora and Riku's relationship with their parents.
Yeah.
We've heard their parents.
Granted,
Well,
it's
we've
a
heard
very,
Sora's
you know,
parents.
well, we heard her mom's voice. There's
his
that.
mom's voice, yeah. But like Riku has also talked about how his father would row them out to the island when they were younger, too young to
Yeah.
row by themselves and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like we know about the parents, even though that we never physically see them on screen, and they're away from their parents all the time. So it's like they don't have parents, but they do.
Yeah, so they're not like as relevant to the story. Like this is the same case with World Trigger, where the what's the word? The thing about aliens from other dimensions and capturing people on Earth to steal them for energy, that's all public knowledge. And the main organization that's trying to stop them border is public knowledge. And the reason why teenagers like the main character Osamu get into that organization is because in order for the main power system to work as effectively as possible, you need to start actually, using them while you're young. Because when you get older, the trion glands inside your body that produces the energy is just not going to be as effective when you're older. And when it's underdeveloped, that's going to lead to more problems practically in the future when future invasions happen.
Sean Foldark says Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, Peter, and he did it twice. Look, I mean, it depends on what variation of all these. Though, like, it's typically what Superman, it's typically the dad. Obviously, with Batman, it's both parents. And then with Peter, it's almost always the uncle. Well, yeah, his parents are dead, but he doesn't, like, he was raised by his aunt and uncle, and it's typically his uncle that dies.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a combination where it's the mother that dies in those kinds of stories. Is there a superhero where only the mother died and he's left with a single father? Or she. It could be a she. Don't mean to pigeonhole.
I think Spider-Gwen is that, right?
I have no idea. That would be a question
Spider-Gwen.
for Zero, but he's not here, I don't think.
Right.
But
I think you're
I
right,
don't I don't actually know very many, if any at all, because unfortunately, most writers have historically been men, and so they mostly focus on male characters, and women kind
the
of just
Flash.
get left off to the side.
Thank you guys. Yes.
Oh,
the Flash.
yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, that's why the whole Flashpoint thing happened.
That's
yeah.
actually a very good example.
Okay.
And Spider-Gwen was Midoriya's mom is alive and well. I mean, his dad is alive and well.
Yeah, his dad's just in
it's
America.
Hisashi, right? Hisashi is his name?
Yeah.
Hisashi Midoriya is perfectly, he just works overseas.
Yeah, the reason why he is called Hisashi is because it's a pun on Hisashiburi, which translates to "it's been a while since I've last seen you." It's literally saying he is away from the series and isn't going to show up.
It's one of the things that, like, a lot of the fanfics that I've read where, like, things get, rearranged. It's like, one thing that does annoy me is how, like, he gets underplayed a lot. And there are a few fics that actually bring him back into the fold and make him a full-blown character, which I appreciate. But, like, a lot of people, like, just kind of carefully scooch him away to make room for other characters. Like, we gotta ship Inko with someone, so typically it's like All Might or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is a kind of cute idea, but it's like, it's never gripped me quite like a lot of other ships. It's like they have a nice little dynamic, but it's nothing really, like, worth much noting. Then there's Dad for one. Oh God, don't give me, like, I remember, God, was it Ocean Niz that suggested that, it'll probably be revealed that All for One is Izuku's father?
God, yeah.
It's like, where the hell do you get that idea?
Oh my God. There was a time that I've seen retroactively in the fandom where people were thinking that, like, Dabi was his father. It was like, no. They literally get introduced saying that he is a man in his 20s. That's not gonna work.
Okay, now hear me out. Inko could just be really fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
If you are feeling fancy, you can kill one of them, usually the mom, and make the father extremely abusive, giving your character an angsty past while still being able to cut their other parent from their life. But the
but that's
thing
also a
is that
cliche.
the
Yeah, that's wait, is he saying that this is also a cliche? Like, if you're feeling
I don't
fancy,
know. Oh.
he's expanding on the trope.
Yeah, I think these was just weighing on like what options you can have in regards to like this sort of scenario. I guess it's
Yeah.
not necessarily saying like that's bad or good.
kill one of them, usually the mom, and make the father extremely abusive, giving your character an
Oh my
angsty
god,
past while still
miraculous! Fuck me,
also,
man.
also usually the mom. Like
Usually
that
the
is
mom.
frequent in a lot of older stories, but again, we go
Yeah.
back to like historically that was the case for a number of like medical reasons and a lot of historical reasons, just because we didn't have the care and the such. But like especially in modern stories, typically speaking, you see a lot of single moms.
Yeah. Like it's common in fairy tales to have no biological mother and to have the stepmom, and for the stepmother to be an antagonist. And that is because historically women, with the circumstances that they have, when they get married to a man who already had a wife and child and the wife died, the new wife and any future children that she has now has to compete with the previous wife's child for ownership of the father's property. And so it's a very common thing to think about when abuses of the previous wife's child will happen, because the new mother is wanting to secure a life for her children.
Yeah. It's
Right.
it's actually, the more I think about, like, I'm just starting to go down the rabbit hole in my mind of what the nature of adoption and parental relationships. It's kind of fucked how like
Yeah.
we have only really in the last 30, 40 years really started
just
to make
about.
waves towards like people accepting the stepchildren, people accepting like
Yep.
their adopted children. Like it's, when you look at history, children like that were not well cared for, and that sucks
yeah.
They
so
are not.
badly.
Like, my stepmother didn't treat me very well when I lived with her for a while. And I say lived with her because I was supposed to live with my dad, but he was a truck driver, so I only saw him for like one day a week and only for like a couple of hours before he went to bed. So it was mostly just me living with her and my 3 siblings. And I was always the one in trouble.
Can you imagine the fun you would have had if your dad had just let you like stay in the back of the truck? Like,
Yeah.
Just like you just grow up, instead of going the traditional school, you're like you're truck schooled.
Yes.
Truck school.
Truck schooled, and you're just like, you could have had Trucker Twilight. That would have been a whole wild life for you.
I did actually spend
D-
several days in the truck with my dad, and like because he's a trucker, he has one of those that has like the whole bed and
Yeah.
stuff in behind the seats. So
Hmm.
I just like hung out there on the bed while he was driving, and then sometimes I would get bored, so I would like go up into the front and hang out with him for a while.
I don't know, man. One time I
Yeah,
hooked up with a
the-
single mom, and she made me feel ready to be a stepdad. On one hand, like, there are
mean-
two directions that could go. One, holy shit, dude, that's a good vibe. On the other hand, that may be a trap. Be careful.
Be very careful with that. But,
I'm tossing a 50-50 at you. I don't know the woman, so I cannot give you a better estimate than that.
But what's the word? Have you ever heard of coffee shop AU? Well, we have trucker driver AU.
Oh my god, we need to do that for some fandom. That would be wild as an idea.
That would be pretty wild, yeah.
Oh, a Dedarex art. Dedarex, you need to put the
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Jack fan art so I know to grab it later in the future. But she's also the spoiled
Hold up,
milk.
where is it? Hold on, what the hell? What the fuck? The machinations of a Ruby fan's mind are in
Trucker Surgeon Twilight.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh.
being able to cut their other parent from their life. But the thing is that the parents must go, which, in my opinion, can be such a missed opportunity. Paternal and maternal relationships can be extremely fun to explore, both positive and negative ones. I cannot stress enough how much they affect a person's development, and learning more about a character's parents can be very insightful to understand them.
I understand, and I do agree with this point that it can be a missed opportunity. But on the flip side, you can still get that stuff if the person's parents are dead. You're talking as if every single, like, you say it's oops, all orphans, but you can become an orphan at any point in your life. Like, I don't know if you technically still considered it after you hit adulthood, but like, because like I don't consider like my mom an orphan, even though both of her parents are dead now. It's like that's not how that works. But like, like you can become an orphan at the age of 15 and have had a robust relationship with your family. I feel like this is putting the cart before the horse in terms of the problems with the trope.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned before with Toru. Like, just because both of her parents are dead doesn't mean that a good chunk of the show wasn't dedicated to showing us the relationship between her and her parents.
Yeah.
But it also depends on, like, what relevance learning about that relationship has on the story itself. Like, if it's a story where learning about the, what is it? The kids' relationship with their parents is going to be far less relevant, and it's like, they just so happen to be an orphan, then I would say that it's much more of a negligible thing to really pay attention to. Or it could not be. It could just, just depends, really.
I got tagged in a meme, which I can't read because my Discord is smallified right now.
Oh, it's what's that freaking? I forget the name of the
Metalocalypse?
Adult Swim show. Yeah, Metalocalypse. Yeah.
Oh yeah, an edgy character. My parents are dead. My edgy character. You're all without fathers, right? I'm not. I fucking love my dad. It's great.
A lot of my characters in my story, not all of them, but a lot of them don't have parents for various reasons.
Damn.
And none of them are around, and that's kind of the point. But yeah, like there's plenty of ways to make characters not have parents for any amount of reason and still make them interesting.
Crimson Rose, hey guys, sorry I'm late. What have I missed? Well, we've solved AI. We have we have established that Amberlynn Reed should get an OnlyFans. And we have decided that orphans are okay.
Yep, there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with being fatherless as long as you exhibit fatherless behavior.
Yes.
I'm not saying they need to be part of every story or a primary focus, but if we can have characters constantly mentioning the tragic fate of their family members in every episode, we can afford.
Whoa.
Hold on. What? I saw a caption.
To be part of
beneath
every
it.
story or a primary focus. But if we can have characters constantly mentioning the tragic fate of their family members in every episode.
Okay. I actually really like Katara. I just know everyone is gonna mention her in the comments. Okay, so they're mentioning her as like a good example.
Positive example, yeah.
Right.
All right. Heart attack averted.
We can afford other characters talking about their parents and siblings. It's especially infuriating when we know absolutely nothing about the parents other than the fact that they died tragically and the protagonist is sad about it. They're not people.
I'm just thinking to Ruby right now, so we know both too much and too little about everyone's fucking parents at this point.
Yep. And it's the most obviously egregious with Ruby for reasons that we have expressed many times.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
Just plot devices meant to make us feel bad about the main character. If their dead mother meant so much to them that they're bringing her up every time they need to justify their actions, at least let us know more about her. What was she like? No, give us some other traits than being maternal and nice. That's the...
Okay, challenge for you. Freeran is constantly bringing up Hiro Himmel. How does that exactly work? Because like it's not it's not a parent, but it is someone that was incredibly close. It's effectively the
Yeah.
same thing. It's just a different direct relationship. So what do you say about that? A lot of anime talk
would
about dead
imagine that.
childhood friends, for example.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Like, the thing about the death of a character is that we are never going to know that character. That is the point of them being dead. It's the fact that these characters are mourning the fact that they are not around anymore. And of course these characters are going to be fucking nice. What are you gonna talk about a dead character very fondly when this person was like a piece of shit to you or whatever? Like, no.
Well, I mean, I could qualify
happening.
that as saying, like, if they had a complicated relationship, that might be actually really interesting in terms of,
Yeah,
like,
complicated
yeah,
relationship.
yeah. I was gonna say not an absolutely like horrible one.
Yeah, no, horror.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be like 100% perfect or anything like that. As long as the death of that character is used effectively as a way to like help us engage with whatever capacity this character needs, and it's like fine.
Wait, I wish you would provide examples that we could bounce off of, because it feels strange that we're not seeing any examples.
I mean, I guess they flashed hell of a boss on the screen, but I have no idea how that goes. So
Isn't everyone in Hell of a Boss in hell in the afterlife? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
everyone's dead. What are we talking about? Are their parents in heaven? Like, that's literally a bus ride away from what I know. Ed Simonsi says, so we have a human, 2 elves, a dragonborn, an orc, and an owl folk as a traveling adventure group of orphans. Where is that live play? I don't think they're all orphans. These are all their Finn's original
They're
characters.
OCs, yeah.
So I don't know any of their backstories. I don't think they're orphans. I think he's just putting something on screen.
Which is, fair. This
Imps are
typical
hellborn.
format.
Can they? I guess you can double die in hell, but like, I don't know.
I mean, I guess it's possible. It's just weird. I don't know. From what I hear, that whole versus lore is just not.
Yeah, I
Very
stay away
well
from
thought out.
that entire universe at this point. I just
Thing,
been
death moms
recommended
in
it many
media
times, I
are
just
not
haven't gotten into
characters.
it.
How can I get invested if the writer didn't even make her have personality traits? I swear you can make a character interesting and have their family alive. You don't need every character to have an angsty backstory surrounding their parents to make us care about them. I've seen many people
Bearing the
complaining about when heroes refuse to kill the bad guy that has committed too many atrocities to count. While I get it can be frustrating, and I have gotten frustrated many, many times, I don't think it's always bad. People get mad at characters like Superman or Steven Universe for refusing to kill, when, in the first case, Superman refusing to kill is an important characterization. His refusal to kill is due to him thinking the moment he crosses that line, there won't be any line he wouldn't be able to cross. He knows how dangerous he can be, so he fights to choose another option and not to fully lose himself in the process.
okay. Well, I don't like how you just framed that sentence. It's like it's an important part of his characterization, and I have to step back and say, isn't a character choosing to spare a villain also part of their characterization?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that just fundamentally
Like,
a character
no matter
making
what,
a
it's
choice?
always going to be a choice. Yeah. Like I can understand like the rest of the argument. The argument is that would fundamentally change who the character is.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't
Like,
know, because like for all of its faults, I thought Man of Steel did the I have to kill Zod moment all right.
Yeah, it
like,
was all
because like I don't
in that
think
case.
fundamentally Superman is against killing. Like, you're actually more describing the Batman code than you are the Superman code. I think Superman is willing to kill, but you
Oh
have
god,
to
I
get...
remember that scene now.
It's
That was so
very-
stupid. I'm sorry, I don't agree.
Like, no, there are problems with it. I'm not denying that, but like the emphasis of the scene is that Zod is not going to stop, and there is no way to contain him. Like, that's
Right.
the fundamental, is that there is no way to stop Zod other than eliminating him permanently, and because he is not going to stop what he is trying to do.
Right.
So-
that element I think is fine.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
just put your hand over the lasers. Just put your hand over the lasers. But I understand the implication of like this
Just
is
do a
an
peekaboo,
this
you know?
guy is now posing himself as an existential threat. He is beyond redemption by his own admissions. This man must be stopped, and I get that. I don't believe that Superman would necessarily jump to. I mean, he killed Doomsday, but Doomsday was literally a rampaging monster. Like there was no moral question to be had there in terms of that.
In fact, there was like this comic, I think made by Alan Moore, where I think Mr. Mxyzptlk decided, you know what? I'm just going to kill everybody in Superman's friend group and loved ones, aside from Lois, I guess. So they go on a kill. That person goes on a killing spree, kills a bunch of key characters, and then Superman had to use this like machine or thing within the Fortress of Solitude in order to like kill him permanently. But as a result of that choice, he decided to go inside of a room filled with gold kryptonite and essentially bathe in it for a while to remove his powers. So he's no longer Superman at that point.
Yeah.
So
There's-
like that in of itself can express a lot about the character.
I wanted to highlight more about Man of Steel here because there is a good example of the opposite of this problem. The whole him blowing up the entire ship filled with like incubated like Kryptonians and saying Krypton had its chance.
Krypton had its chance.
That
Yeah,
is
God.
that because Zod was an active agent of his own will, doing these horrible things and choosing to become a genocidal maniac. I get that one.
Yeah.
Him destroying an entire civilization's children and potential to be reborn. Holy
That's
shit, dude.
wild, man. That's wild.
That was wild. Like, oh my god. Okay. I have my own example of this sort of thing. It wasn't the character themselves choosing not to kill. It was my character in this role play forcing this character not to kill another character. But that's because she knew, based off of this character's backstory, because he was a delinquent. He went through juvie and he got his life cleaned up and all that kind of stuff. She didn't want him to kill because she was afraid that his mind would kind of break from that, because he had tried so hard to clean himself up that if he slipped back into any kind of immoral action, that he would just further spiral.
Yeah, that's I'm writing where I have a character quite like that
I mean,
as well.
that describes Rurouni Kenshin right there.
Ben 10 also doesn't have a no kill rule. His villains are only alive because he doesn't like killing. Ben 10 is also a 10-year-old, so
There's
at
also
least in
that.
the first season,
He doesn't like killing, implying that he's killed before?
I think he has actually. I think he has.
Okay.
Like possibly in the way of like
might have.
sending a monster through a portal, or like the explosion death that you see on like Power Rangers, that sort of thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, not like directly killing somebody. Kaiser, that's the Phantom Zone. Okay, you use the Phantom Zone on him. All right.
I have never seen Ben 10, so I was just genuinely asking.
It has been forever
Yeah, I
since I've
gotcha.
seen Ben 10.
Yeah,
Chet
same
Manley,
here.
Superman prefers to see the good in folks. He is the best of all of us and wants to see others be their best. That's why he doesn't kill. No, absolutely. Like, I think that is the ideal of Superman, is that he is both the ideal and the person trying... He's effectively a Buddha figure. He's trying to lift everyone else up to his level. And that's great. But there is a pragmatic element to a lot of stories, is that sometimes there is a fundamental impossibility. Like it is the immovable force, the unstoppable force, and the immovable object. And when you cross that threshold, something needs to break. Although the irony is, like, I know the physics behind that, the theoretical physics, where if those two things meet, they just phase through each other. That's a really funny conclusion to that analogy.
Imagine freaking Superman just phasing through Zod.
Steven, that's a literal child. It's more than reasonable for him to be hopeful there's gonna be another way, and I don't know why some people are so insistent that a child in a children's cartoon must kill the bad guy or they are a terrible person.
Okay, counterpoint to this. Kids are cruel, Jack, and I'm in touch with my inner child. Kids can be awful. Like, they don't understand the full repercussions of their actions, which is something that
Peter Pan.
Yeah. like children, like, that is the problem I have actually with a couple of children protagonists sometimes, is that, I mean, I can't name any off the top of my head, but like the unwillingness to kill, it's like you have thought far more deeply about the nature of life and death and taking a life than many people have in their entire lives. I don't know if I believe this, depending on the character.
Yeah. Now, I can understand in Steven's case why he wouldn't kill. If anything, the issue that I have, that I and probably most people have in Steven Universe's case, isn't that he chooses not to kill the diamonds. It's more so that, like, the framing was a bit off. But even then, that's not entirely the show's fault, because it was, you know, it was abruptly canceled and then Future started up again, and so we have to kind of just sit here and live with this choice. Otherwise, I would imagine that Rebecca Sugar would want to, like, you know, have the Diamond's redemption be a whole thing.
Yeah, I thought like the biggest problem of that people had was that it was way too easy.
Yeah. Which again, you know, that's not like that wasn't entirely within their control. It just kind of happened that way.
Ed Savinky says, Ben was willing to destroy a group of alien shapeshifters who attacked the retirement home of his great-grand aunt. Yeah.
Oh, is that an Alien Force thing? Okay, yeah, I can believe that, yeah.
Come on, he needs enough therapy already. This doesn't mean bad guys should be free of consequences, but there's so many different ways of handling it. Personally, I think there's nothing more satisfying than a villain bringing their demise upon themselves. Now, what am I trying to say with all this? I think a character that refuses to kill can be a well-done and interesting concept. What I hate is when a character spends 99% of the story killing random goons and minor villains, and when facing the big bad guy, they suddenly are like, no, I'm not that kind of person.
Hi, Ellie.
Oh,
Galaxy of the Galaxy. Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know it had that problem.
I haven't seen that movie.
I was just going to say Last of Us 2.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Last of
boy.
Us 2. Yeah, there's that.
Ellie leaving
Like-
an entire smear of blood going from one coast to the other, and then just saying at the very end,
that's really bad.
you know what? I don't want to be a monster. And it's like, you already are.
What the
Yeah.
fuck? Which I can see how it can potentially work in like a story where, okay, a character has been raised to always kill, kind of, you know, like an assassin, like a Killua from Hunter x Hunter-esque kind of thing, and then they're taught throughout the story that killing people to solve your problems, as the first and only option, is a bad thing, and them choosing not to do so because it has to do with the character that they personally have an investment in. That can work, right?
By the way,
but in the case of Ellie,
Veteran
that's
Sir.
bad because, you know, we got some new art.
Trucker Twilight. It's adorable.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god. Okay, I didn't get a ping.
We
so I
need to
didn't
make
see
that
it.
an
Hold
alt costume for your avatar.
on. Yeah. The minute I put that into everybody's head, I knew that was going to be something. Yeah,
did you-
Trucker Twilight, I see it.
Where did you get that?
It's in Team Jack fan art.
It's a
Oh.
thread. We actually have reminder, guys. If you want to make fan art for us, we have a dedicated thread in the Tundra, which you can
Yeah.
access for $1 or more to my Patreon or Twilight's Patreon. And if you're a member here on the channel, if you have your Discord linked to your YouTube account, you can also gain access to the Discord. Just let them know I sent you, and confirm that you are over 18, because we do have different parameters for different age people. But yeah, just a reminder to do that. Anyway.
Yes, you are! Why are you acting like this out of nowhere? Are you saying Bob, the random henchman you defenestrated 5 minutes ago, that his life wasn't important? He had a family and kids! There's many examples that might come to mind, but I want to talk about Squid Game Season 3.
Oh.
Because, Oh wow, I
okay.
can't begin to unpack how this.
Now to I guess to preface a little bit, I've only seen season 1. Thought season 1 was good. Have not heard good things about seasons 2, and I've literally heard nothing about season 3.
I've heard that season 1 was good. I've seen full
Right.
breakdowns of all 3, but like I heard that season 1 was good, season 2 was a complete mixed bag, and season 3 was abominable. Crimson Rose says, fun fact, there was a Thomas movie where someone tries to blow him up with dynamite. So long, Thomas, it's been a blast, and he whacks him with an oar.
Oh my god. Null says, I gave up mid season 2, taking a bit of a break. Okay, got you.
Disappointing that was. But I can complain about Gihun. I'm gonna assume you've watched the 3rd season. If not, spoilers ahead. Can anyone explain to me why he was refusing to stab people that wanted to hurt a newborn baby? Oh, because he's not that type of person. Yes, he is. He strangled the hoe during his little side quest on the hide and seek episode for acting cowardly. Yet he wants to protect people that are actively trying to kill a baby for money. A weird CGI baby, but a baby nonetheless. And can we talk about...
Yeah, no, I from what I
No,
know
that's
of
wild
this season,
as fuck if that's true.
yeah, no, absolutely. If I remember the breakdown properly, in one game, the person he was partnered with cowarded out, and it ended up resulting in the death, I think, of a close friend of Gihun who was in the games. And then, so in the following game, he went full Terminator mode. He hunted that guy down purposefully to kill him, and he did so. He strangled him to death, which was a huge character shift because Gihun was, supposed to be the positive hero, and he's kind of taken a dark turn.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I remember this being a fair complaint of like, yeah, kill them hard. Ugh.
But how stupid the cameo with Sebyok was. I get it was just his subconscious and not the real Sebyok, but my girl couldn't have said that. She could have been like, yeah, stab those bastards. One of the few examples I think was done correct.
Girl was okay with people getting potentially killed. I mean, granted, she was kind of shitty to begin with, but there's that.
Oh,
so they
twice.
wait a minute. So they had her like subconscious
Epic.
to.
Epic, yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is in our wheelhouse now.
Okay.
Yes. So Odysseus is a character who a lot of shit happens because he refuses to kill someone. Although he did kill a baby at the very beginning, even though that he didn't want to. Like, he spent a lot of time agonizing over it, but he still went through with it.
That baby was
then,
like the heir to the throne, wasn't it?
Yeah, like one of the songs that he had discussing with Zeus was like all of these things that he was trying to say in order to get out of killing this thing. It's like, I can raise the baby, I can send him away, I can do this and that. And Zeus just saying, no, that is not going to work. He is going to find you or turn on you. Either way, you're going to die. You have to kill this guy if you don't want your family to be killed.
Yeah, and it's like you're being given no option by the chief god of your pantheon.
Yep.
And he's telling you outright the consequences of not doing that. But on top of that, there's also the angle taken from Mbessa and Arcane. In terms of like, remember like when we get introduced to her backstory with Mel in episode 8, I want to say it's 7 or 8, where
I think it was
she kills the daughter after Mel suggests, oh, we exile here and do this, and Mbessa's like, she kills the daughter of this country they conquered, and she's like, if you leave one to live, she will come back, and it will rebuild. And that's one of the reasons, like, historically, the one that comes to mind is when the Bolsheviks killed the Romanovs. And slaughtered them all.
I was just about to talk about Anastasia. Yeah, like one of the reasons why Anastasia is such a famous historical figure is because of the possibility of that happening. It's the same with the princes in the tower in British history. Like, one of the reasons why the princes were so fascinating was, one, because it is a tragic tale of these two children going missing, but also one of those children was the King of England. And like there's the whole idea of like who is the rightful heir to the throne.
Yep. It's yeah. So this is an interesting, good example to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Play.
Is Odysseus from Epic the Musical.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk specifically about the musical portrayal and not any other version of the myth. So Epic starts with Odysseus killing an infant because the gods have told him to do so or the kid could grow up and kill his family, yada yada. For the next songs, Odysseus refuses to take anyone's lives, which, more than seeming hypocritical, it seems like him actively wanting to avoid any more bloodshed. And you can fully understand how his actions, his guilt, and way of thinking evolve throughout the play, and you never think it's out of character. Instead, you slowly see how his desperation and lack of alternatives get the best of him. Unfortunately, most of the time, the changes of morals don't seem like a progression of a character arc, but writers cop out to get the character to do what they want at a specific moment, which at best can seem dumb, and at worst can result in character assassination.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh no. Oh no.
Time skip ending.
What the hell? Okay. Also, based choice of music using the Hollow Knight soundtrack.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Oh boy.
This one is a tricky one to discuss, because while I think with the previous one we can all agree that it objectively sucks almost every time, this
Whoa! No!
No.
Oh, you just immediately like. I was on board that these are your opinions, but now you hit us with the objectively,
I feel like,
and we need to stop.
I feel like that
breaks.
scene from what's the word from Doctor Strange when he just gets pulled from the fucking Nirvana montage back to the mortal plane, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, just whiplash. Like, no, we can agree that they are easily abused, but
Yeah.
that's not mean they are all objectively bad every time. Holy shit.
Like, I have a special hatred for time skip endings due to my experience in the Digimon fandom, because the Digimon fandom is still fractured to this day because of the time skip ending of O2. However, you cannot say that the ending of Digimon O2 is the same kind of time skip ending as MHA.
Yeah, I was about to say MHA's time skip is great.
It's wonderful.
Well, I think they said, if I heard them correctly, they said if look, we know that
we'll scroll back. We can
previous. Okay, yeah.
nation. This one is a tricky one to discuss, because while I think with the previous one we can all agree that it objectively sucks almost every time, this one isn't necessarily.
Okay, so they're saying, like in the previous example, I don't even think I can agree with that, by the way. Like,
yeah, no,
Yeah,
I don't know. I think
No.
that's a hard disagree on that statement.
Yeah, like, okay, so there's obviously, you know, the Squid Game example and The Last of Us 2. I can name way more examples of, you know, heroes not being willing to kill, being done, you know, mostly correctly. And I think they even, what's the word? Named a few themselves that outweigh the number of like bad examples that they had in that section of the video. So I'm not sure if I can agree with that.
What I'm pulling from here is like, I get that this is just like you spouting, like basically venting your opinions on these things, but
yeah,
I need examples.
Kind of thing.
I need you to actually show us what you're talking about, because fundamentally I feel like we're kind of losing the plot in terms of like, you just said objectively, so now I have to completely reappraise everything you said prior, more so than I did previously.
Yeah,
it
so
was
like,
oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm at least glad that they're not saying objectively for this point. It was objectively for the previous point, but
yeah,
like that, it's still such a weird thing to say. Like, I know in writing we need to have like really hard stances and really hard language with our words and stuff like that, but you should never have such a hard opinion on things when it comes to like your general language, because there are going to be exceptions to the rule. There are going
Yeah.
to be instances where you are where you are actually wrong about things. So it
Yeah.
will, like, it's just something that you should take into consideration to be more humble with your language, because unless if you are like absolutely 100% sure on this thing, which in this case you cannot be 100% sure that objectively everyone hates it.
Yeah, that's
that
carrying
almost.
this hardcore.
The
Like,
I
I'm not
think and
sure
the
if,
almost
like-
in this sentence, they are hard carrying your credibility right now, because they are the
Yeah.
only wiggle room you have presented us.
Yeah, I again, most media that I can understand to use, like the what's the word, the redeeming the villain or sparing the villain trope, have been superheroes, and in 99% of those examples, they're mostly done pretty well, and it's appropriate for the character. And another media that do this, there's very few of them that do it badly, from what I can understand. So I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. If you want to facilitate that a majority of examples of stories that do that are bad, yeah, you need to throw in a little more examples than what you did.
The way I would put it is that there is no such thing as an objectively bad idea. You can have objectively bad execution, however.
Right.
You can often, like, that is the thing that you can actually create some level of metric for.
Except for the Dark Avatar, that's objectively a bad idea. You fight me.
Yeah.
Well, no, my idea was always like not create a dark avatar, which is but more so, hey, what if an avatar was just a bad person?
Yeah,
Like,
there's that.
That's I think a fun idea that could be explored.
Yeah.
Nameless says, I rejoined recently, so allow me to bring up another example of a hero who refuses to kill as much as possible. Vash the Stampede from Trigun. Absolutely true. And
Yeah,
you know what
great
happens?
example,
He is forced to kill.
At least in the original anime.
I think he's also forced to kill in the manga.
In the manga, things happen quite different.
No, what's
I'll
his
just say
face?
that.
What's his face still gets killed. I think he still kills
He-
the guy with the helmet.
I'm not Zelgadis.
No, Zelgadis, no!
No!
No. Sorry. His name is Legato. and
Legato.
my brain
I got
said,
you.
like,
Yeah, it's a strong
Zelgadis.
G.
Yeah.
It's a strong G.
But
Yeah.
I don't think in Maxim he kills Legato. I think freaking Knives kills Legato. I'll have to recheck that. But either way, if we're talking about the original anime, yeah, that is absolutely true.
Yeah. Also, Legato got fucked up hard in the manga. Jesus Christ. That guy got like turned into a walking coffin, I think. It was weird.
The
original-
the
The original manga might be my least favorite version of Trigun. I know that's probably a hot take for some diehards, but I do not like it.
me.
Really a
The
bad
original.
thing per se. I'm talking about a time skip ending, which, hold on, stop typing. I'm talking about a specific time skip ending trope. Time skip endings can be a nice way to end a story. We see how the consequences of the original plot play out, how the characters are dealing with their new status quo, and how the events that happen are shaping the world. You couldn't get to see this if the story ended the moment the conflict was finished, so having a time skip ending is definitely useful and nice to see. An example of this being done right is in the Owl House. We see how the Boiling Isles are revealed, how a new type of magic is developing, how Luz manages to have the best of both the human and witch worlds, and we also get to see how the characters are doing a couple of years in the future. Yeah, no notes, time skip endings can be great and satisfying. My specific
Twy, if you could just flush that information from your brain, because Owl House is on my list to show you.
I actually was not paying attention because my mom had texted me. and
Perfect.
I was looking through it.
Excellent. Let's not go back to that part, but I generally agree with those statements.
I'll try to flush that from my brain too, because I haven't seen the show yet either.
Yeah.
So.
complaint is about time skips that only serve to show us how the characters married and have children, and that's it. We don't really get to see any changes. This is not really giving us any meaningful information.
Well, okay, already
That's
have a
not-
problem. What if the entire story was just a romance? what if the entire story was focused on like if Snow White with the red hair ended with a time skip showing them married and having kids, I would be pretty satisfied, I think.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Frickin' Fruits Basket has a similar kind of ending. It has a sequel series now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we got another Trucker Twilight has hit the Discord.
Oh my god.
Oh, what?
You have the little Gabumon joining you for the ride.
Make sure to ping us when you make these things, guys. Silver hair.
Thank you, silver haired freak. That's adorable.
Oh my god.
I wish I could truck drive with Kirk Thornton.
We just encountered him. He's in hot take. Good news, guys. We just started watching Bleach. I Am Twilight. It's going to take us half a year to finish.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, good luck, both of you.
And my appraisal after 9 episodes, it is the mutant love child between Yu Yu Hakusho and Dian Angel.
Yeah.
Wait, Dian Angel? I've never seen it, so I don't know how similar it is.
It has like it's like the tone. It's the tone of Dian Angel with how wacky that world is, matched with like the spiritual nature of the Yu Yu Hakusho.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard that comparison before with Bleach.
Dian Angel's a wacky show.
Dian Angel, is a wacky show. It was very popular in the 2000s. I think it is a much more obscure show now, especially because it's a shoujo.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a like shoujo. It's a shoujo wearing a shonen mat. Oh my god! It's the magical girl series. What's her face wanted? It's the magical boy instead.
Yes.
Actually, no. Yeah, it's a magical boy series. What am I fucking talking about? That's just literally what it is.
Yeah, it's a magical boy series. Like the whole premise of Dian Angel is, a boy, is born to a family who's cursed. That when the boy reaches the age of 14 and gets his first crush, he gets possessed by this spirit called Dark. And Dark won't leave his body until he confesses his love and gets his love reciprocated by his crush.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. It's very interesting because there's a lot of focus on art, and the arts. Daisuke, the main character Daisuke, is actually very special because he's the first one of the Niwa family to actually have artistic talent, because they are a family of art thieves.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah. The anime unfortunately ended fairly early. I think that there's like 20 more volumes of the manga that goes on from the anime. I really wish that they would do like a remake of the anime now that the series is over. And coincidentally, we learned right as we finished watching Dian Angel that Dian Angel, the sequel, came out, where it's now Daisuke's son who is the main character now.
I was gonna say another thing we discovered because Twi decided to go back and read the Bleach manga is that the anime kind of butchers the first section of the manga hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of characterization, like important characterization that got cut, which is bizarre to me. But then when you learn like that one of the directors is apparently really down with a particular ship and actually kind of tweaked things to lean that way, even though that was not where the story was going. I understand why there was an outrage among certain fans when the ending came around.
Yeah. Though unlike the Naruto guy, because I think that he did that specifically because he preferred no. The director for the anime.
Oh, okay, got it.
Because he was the one who preferred Hinata, and he pushed Kishimoto to promote Hinata as the main love interest and not Sakura, who was Kishimoto's actual choice of love interest. But unlike that guy, I think the person who directed Bleach, because they were only doing the first season of Bleach, they thought that it would be too difficult to show Orihime being the main love interest because they wouldn't really give enough time to develop her as a character. So they focused completely on Ichigo and Rukia.
Right.
Men
But of
will
course
always
that-
pick the nice girl with big boobs in reality as much as fiction. No, no, like that's literally the opposite of what happened with Bleach. The director was like, "Oh, let's lean into Rukia, the comparatively flat-breasted girl to Orihime at the very least, who is hard-edged and kind of a dick."
And older. Much older.
Also, have you not heard the
also,
term "flat as justice"? Man, come on, don't be rude.
I mean, there's also a recent example with Dispatch. You know what I mean? Like, people prefer Invisigal to Blonde Blazer,
Which is objectively wrong.
Well,
I'm kidding.
I won't say that, but what I will say is that all I gotta say is Invisigal has fatherless behavior, and the worst thing you can do with a chick with fatherless behavior is be their boss and fucking them as their boss.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I watched Pro Jared play through that, and like he was like logicking through, like, oh, do I want Blazer or that? It's like, no, this is not healthy. This is not healthy. I'm not going to go with this. Blonde Blazer, he was still a little awkward about it. It's like, you're kind of my boss, but I don't know. You seem like you have your head on straight in many ways, and it's like, yeah, I think we can make this work. And honestly, Blonde Blazer is just a freaking sweetheart.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat, some random person in the chat, is saying that Hinata was always supposed to be the main love interest and that Kishimoto is just bad at writing romance. I heard something different from a friend, and I trust that friend when he tells me information. So I don't know. I will have to ask him about that.
Tomorrow he comes up and says the Earth is flat, and you're just like, oh no.
I think it might be sort of like both.
No, I know. How could you betray me like this?
Oh no! Okay, to be fair, he is also himself flat because he is a book. So maybe it's just like a perspective thing.
Maybe.
He's looking at the Earth from some pages in a book, so it's flat. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, no, it all adds up.
Yeah, that kind of adds up. Yeah.
An example I want to mention is Digimon Adventure.
Oh my
2.
god!
Now, the end of Digimon Adventure, 10 out of 10, makes me cry every time.
That's what
I'm talking
Agumon
about
was there.
Digimon Adventure 02,
Yes.
which has an epilogue time skip in which the human and Digimon worlds end up getting connected. And it's mentioned that every human now has a Digimon partner,
Yes.
which is a crazy change of status
Oh
quo.
my god,
I can't
yes.
wait to see how that affects the... What, it's 3 minutes of going through all the characters one by one, being like, this guy became a doctor and had a son. This guy became a lawyer and had a daughter. That's so lame and boring, and we really don't need to know this. You cannot drop that.
Damn, Chekhov's gun. Okay, yeah. Somebody was
Literally.
chuckling because funny that you mentioned Daisuke.
Yes.
When we were talking about earlier. Holy fuck.
Well, like, I also mentioned this as my example of a bad time skip ending earlier. That's why we were
Yeah,
laughing.
So we precogged it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, we did a roaming
I
trend.
Yeah.
Matt became an astronaut for some reason. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah, I
fucking
forgot
wild.
about That was weird. I didn't like that. I was like, okay, man, but why? No, you're not. You're not an astronaut. You're a rock star or something like that. Get the
Well,
fuck
no,
out
I
of
don't
here.
even think he would be a rock star. Like, I feel like that would, like, as a kid, obviously I would think
Yeah.
he'd become a rock star. But, like, as an
Right.
adult, I'm looking at him like, I feel like that might be something he tried to pursue, but I don't know how successful
He
he would end up
did.
being.
He did. He had a band in 02. That was an active thing that he did.
But he, like, what I mean is, like, high schoolers, there's a lot of high schoolers that form bands in high school. And
Yeah.
they fall apart, like, either during or after college,
After,
that sort of
yeah.
thing. Like,
Well,
everyone kind of
like-
moves on, have different lives.
They did. And then in Try, they had a specific moment where he said, yeah, no, Teenage Wolves is is gone now. We're now called Knife of Day.
Oh my.
Like they formed a new band and called themselves something different.
Oh, interesting.
Teenage
So he's-
wolves. Yeah, it's because they didn't want to get sued by the Sci-Fi Channel. You know, they don't want to be associated with Teen Wolf.
Oh. But yeah, how did he become a fucking astronaut? Like, Ty's ending made some level of sense. Like, he's the one that sticks out in my mind. He's like, oh, he became an ambassador between the human and digital world. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Everybody else, varying degrees of acceptability. But yes, the ship stuff, the Digimon stuff, all of that served to absolutely wreck the fandom because a lot of people did not like all of that. They did not they did not like knowing where the kids ended up eventually. They also didn't like what happened. A lot of people do now. I think that they had softened on it like as time passed, or newcomers who just like the concept of babies ever after, so they don't care who they end up with as long as there are children involved, which is very annoying. I never liked the idea that every single person in the world gained a Digimon afterwards. Even as a kid, even watching that for the first time, I thought that sounded very wrong.
I got angry that I didn't get one. I'm like, what this just happened? Give me one. What the fuck?
I was robbed.
And like, well, I think as a kid, it was more selfishly like, I want being a Digidestined to be more special, to be something that not everyone can experience, because this is something that is special to us, the fans, the Digidestined, whatever. But like getting older and thinking about it, logistically, you have a lot of bad people in the world. You have a lot of bad Digimon in the world. What kind of horrible atrocities would people commit with their Digimon partners?
It's the problem of quirks taken to the nth degree, because it's just spontaneously everyone gets. It's like if everyone spontaneously got a quirk, the next day you would see absolute chaos break out around the world.
Yeah. I want my Vidramon, goddamn dude. This.
Why would you want Vidramon? Bad. No.
I don't know. So I don't know. Silverhaired Freak said that.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm yelling at Silverhaired Freak. See, Mark Cochran. Where's my Agumon? Basic bitch, but acceptable. Silverhaired Freak. Missed opportunity to have a sequel OVA series that explores the new status quo with Digidestined's children. Instead, we got Try, wretches.
I would prefer Try over the garbage children any day. Okay, look. I'm sorry. I do not like the physical look of the children, especially because apparently Ty doesn't even have a wife or a mother for his child. He reproduced via mitosis.
Well, so did TK and Kari did too.
Guide him. Well, they rock lead him.
I mean, it makes sense for Kari. She and Ty are related, so they can both mitosis.
Yeah, they can both reproduce via mitosis.
But Matt had to shag Sora to get a kid. Like, come on, TK's out in the lurch here.
Those are literally the only children that looked unique, are the children where the Digidestined married each other. So that would be Matt and Sora's kids, and also, Ken Yuli's kids.
But like, not only that, but like it completely it's not just how abrupt that ending is, but it completely destroyed like all the shippers completely. Like obviously we've had discussions on here and in private about the nature of Ty and Sora versus Matt and Sora, and I've softened a lot on Matt and Sora. I can fully, because we've talked about it a lot. But TK and Kari is like unforgivable to me. Come on, man. Those two, I get what they were going for when I saw Try, but it always had like a bad taste in my mouth in terms of like, it really felt like they were forcing not having them together, when it always felt like they just naturally had this great dynamic romantically. Like, they had the potential there.
Well, there was a romantic moment between TK and Kari later on in the movies, but it kind of seemed like TK had feelings for Kari, but Kari had kind of rejected him due to what was going on in the plot.
I mean, that could be fair. It's like, hey, not the fucking time, but
yeah.
like,
I don't know.
I kind of got the
like
impression at the very beginning is that, like, they were both, like, that could have been a thing to explore, is that both of them were, like, doubting that dynamic. Like, the idea is that they had just been naturally in it for their entire lives, and I mean, it's sort of like what they did shittily with Nora and Ren, where, like, they were such a bonded pair that they didn't have identities outside of together. And, like, I could see that being a thing to explore.
Right.
But, like, that doesn't sound like they really did
more
that.
Sense. Yeah.
Try also had another problem. Try was just the series that just killed all of the ships, because Mimi and Izzy was actually another really popular ship, especially in Japan.
Yeah.
And that immediately died because Izzy all of a sudden had a big crush on Mimi because she came back and she was beautiful. And then the moment that Mimi made a mistake, suddenly he was like, "You're a really selfish person, aren't you?" And then just nothing for a crush. Just immediately gone.
Izzy!
Like, what the fuck?
Your first major arc was you paired off with Mimi in the temple. I remember this vividly. You and her getting at each other's throats because you wanted to sit and type, and she got fed up with you because she was selfishly just wanting to kind of keep moving along. Like,
she wasn't even selfishly doing it. She waited for him for a very long time, waiting for him to get done, and he just was not moving. And then she got sick of it and said that he was the one that was being selfish, and then she ran away.
Okay, now I remember it more clearly. Thank you for clarifying that, because it has been a while. But, like, I remember that. I remember you... Izzy, you dick!
Dog,
what the fuck?
Dog, yeah. It has been a very long time since I've seen someone fumble that.
Give me, okay, because I know we've been harping on it. I know you have a complicated relationship with Try. Just very briefly, what are the 3 things that you liked about it, off the top of your head?
I liked that they effectively did Hurricane Touchdown again, but better.
Okay.
I liked that we got to see more of the characters and how they've grown now that they're teenagers. And seeing that they still have great dynamics with each other as well as their Digimon. Also liked seeing how the characters stayed the same but also changed now that they are older and starting to become adults and have a more complex outlook on things. And that things aren't as black and white as they had once thought of when they were children.
Oh, Dederex pointed out that the woman that was on your rear view mirror as a trucker was an Angel Woman pinup.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I love it.
But yeah, so yeah, mixed bag is the definition of Try.
Yeah,
complete mixed bag.
I guess we're all in agreement that this wasn't done the best.
I remember there was a scene where, like, in the very first one where Ty was going through a bit of a depressive spat or something. I'm trying to remember what it was. And Matt and him had Matt went into the Ferris wheel with him, which I thought, the shippers are gonna love this. And he just
was in the second movie.
Oh, was that in the second one? He just gave Ty a complete dress. No, I thought it was in the first, because the first ended with Alphamon showing up. Is it Alphamon or is it Omegamon?
Right. Sorry, I watched them as episodes on Crunchyroll, so I was thinking of the first episode. But yeah, no, he did. That's what I was talking about with the gray area stuff.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Ty in the first season was all about just pushing forward. He didn't think about things outside of the immediate goal. And that was something that he had to fight with Matt on a lot, because Matt was always the one who was the more considerate one. Especially when it came to their friends. Like, Matt defended Mimi when Mimi was grieving over Waymon's death, and Ty just wanted to move on, and Matt started fighting with him because he wanted to allow Mimi to grieve. And that's been a thing throughout the entire first series, where Ty is just so singularly focused. And now in Try, he has the mental maturity and the capacity to look at things around him. And for the first time, he is now in a situation where he can see the collateral damage of a Digimon fight.
Yeah, that's
people
some
can get
great
hurt.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh. Now, if only we could
Yeah,
get like a actually fully good series with that stuff in it.
Yeah.
Lore bomb
My
and do
only
nothing with
exposure-
it.
Sorry to interrupt, I guess. My only exposure to Try is through the abridged series by Blazing Azure Crow, and it was pretty funny.
Noted.
That's why I will
Actually, learning
never
that-
watch something for the first time through an abridged series.
Okay, now in fairness, I watched Code Geass for the first time through the abridged series, and then I loved the original Code Geass too. So, but I understand. I understand. Like, I'm not
into Hajime no Ippo because of it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take away from your stance on that, Twilight. I'm just saying that, like,
No.
that doesn't apply for all of us.
No, like it's mainly the idea of like the possibility, because I'm not saying that everyone who would watch an abridged series would feel this way.
Yeah.
But the possibility of somebody not treating the original property with any respect because abridged series inherently don't.
I don't know if
Anyway.
I agree with that stance.
I'm not saying that they don't love the series that they are abridging, but in order to make fun of it, you do have to disrespect it to some degree.
Okay, I can kind of see. I would probably use the word irreverent. Is that
Sure.
would that be okay? All right. I feel like that's a little, because like I think about comedy in general, and I don't think it's disrespect. It's irreverence, not disrespect. Like I
Fine.
that's
If I misspoke, that's fine. But like my stance is still
no,
relatively
absolutely
the
fair.
same.
Like I'm
Yeah,
trying to
taken
like
away from that.
square away the language
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Agumon became a United Nations diplomat and Gabumon is an astronaut. I take it back, that's
Okay, his little astronaut suit is cute.
so funny. Now, an example that I find less fun is Harry Potter. The only new information we learn in the epilogue is that he sucks at naming his children. There are no changes other than there's no Voldemort. Why are we even seeing this? Did nothing else really happen? Wouldn't the Magic Society have changed in any meaningful way after the events of the story? There are so many more interesting.
We do know that Harry now has a much better relationship with Dudley. That was a thing that we learned in the epilogue.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
I forgot about
and
that.
it seems like to some degree he has a better relationship with Draco as well. Like Draco and him
Yes.
seem to have a level of respect for one another, which
Yeah.
I find that I do agree that I think Harry Potter's epilogue is shorter than it probably should be. Like I'm
Yes.
thinking about how the epilogue for Lord of the Rings is incredibly expansive and comprehensive, and then Harry Potter, the length of that series is probably like what, half again as long, like
Mhm.
1.5 times, and the epilogue, especially in the movie, is like what, 5 minutes,
Yeah, essentially.
compared to 20 for the 3-4 hour movies for Lord of the Rings.
Well, I'm thinking of the specifically the books for Harry Potter.
It's been so long since I've read the 7th book, so I can't remember the epilogue there.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I also skimmed the epilogue because I'm not gonna lie, I only wanted to read it if Ginny died.
Oh boy, I remember you telling me about this. Right. Oh my god.
Yes.
All right, on a
'Cause-
scale, on a scale, like, where does Ginny stack up next to Kairi, next to Hinata, next to who else? Who else can we add to
oh
this
gosh.
list of underdeveloped female
Yeah.
characters?
Oh god, no, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not even that she is underdeveloped. Is that she is literally a Mary Sue character? Like
Okay.
she is.
All right,
She
all
is
right.
in the-
Where does she rank next to Ray? Next to who else can we Mary Sue on this?
'Kay. Literally, the only reason why Ginny and Harry got together is because JK's daughter asked her to do it because she wanted to ship herself with Harry. She's a self-insert Mary Sue character.
That's kind of weird now that I think. Like,
Yeah.
Like, hey mom, I want to fuck this fictional character. Can you make it happen?
Hey mom, can I marry you?
That's like because like depending on how the author views the work, you can get a lot of authors that see like the characters as sort of their children to some degree. So like,
yeah.
hey mom, I want to fuck my brother. Can you... DJ
I'm at least-
Seawit says short woman in arts, mischievous face.
I will say, at least as a Harry Hermione shipper, I was vindicated years later when she admitted that Harry and Hermione should have ended up together. It's just that she didn't want to be cliche, and she was holding on to this idea that Hermione and Ron would be the better couple and would be the more interesting thing ship to end up with. And it's like, no, that is not true. That is not.
I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, I liked them generally. I liked that ship, but like also, I like then the movies did them so fucking dirty as well. Like,
Yeah, but
yeah, I was about to say
on top
the
of they
movies,
already
the
had
movies,
issues in
they're
the
not.
novel. I'm just saying, like, the movies made it so much worse. Also, thank you, Daigato. I was gonna draw you as Trump because of the impression, but then I thought that was disrespectful. So are you fucking your Yugi Moto?
wonderful.
Wait, did you just summon
Also-
a bunch of cards in one turn?
Also, I will say, most people complain that, oh, you just don't like Ginny because of the movies. No, I hated Ginny in the books. I am a book Ginny hater. I didn't like her.
I hated her before she was written.
I thought she was fine in the second book, and then like
Yeah, in the second book.
Did she vanish? Like she vanished in like the third or fourth books for a while, and then
she did,
I
and then
don't
she
remember.
reappeared again in the fifth books, and then that's when she started being a Mary Sue, and then all of a sudden in the sixth book, suddenly just Harry had this
yes, I remember
unquenchable
that.
hunger for him. Yeah,
I fucking remember that hard pivot where like I'm not against the ship, but like it's one of those like where the fuck did this come from, Harry?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
if it was framed as if puberty hit him hard and he just had the hots for her, maybe, but like that's not how it's framed. It's really weird, honestly. J.K. Rowling may not understand what it's like to be a pubescent boy. Just putting that out there.
Well, she has a habit of not realizing a lot of things, apparently. So there's a.
And then there was also this scene in the books that I remember very vividly because it made me so angry of like Ginny and Harry's first kiss in the room of requirement. And then Ginny specifically saying, "I always knew that you would be mine someday."
Oh God, yeah.
Oh right,
That was so
shit.
fucking creepy.
I remember seeing that in the movie. I was like, that was so freaking weird.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
God.
so fucking creepy.
Where I was like, where did this come from?
Jesus
Like, bitch,
Christ.
what the-
Like, also, like, on top of that, Ginny, he's effectively a surrogate brother at this point. Can you not be weird about this?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
what?
mind you, like, getting in a relationship, but you just be... Why can't you just be normal? Oh.
interesting ways of handling this. So yes, in my opinion, good examples of timeskip endings give us satisfying conclusions when we see the actual consequences of the characters' decisions and check up on them. Bad timeskip endings just focus on telling us a bunch of unnecessary facts that couldn't be included in the original story and don't affect our perception of this in any meaningful way. It really feels like when writers make tweets after the show is over giving us facts that they really wanted us to know but couldn't bother to include in the original media. Yeah.
Hi, Duffer Brothers. How's it going right now? Having a good time? I don't know if you've been following that, but Stranger Things' finale has not gone over well.
I've heard that people have been exploding over that ending, like how
there is a
Megan
whole movement of
posted.
people that are convinced that there's going to be a secret 9th episode. Like they think that we
they're
got
Game of Thronesing it. Oh
yeah,
no,
they
they're
think that
cooking
what we
that
got
hard.
was not the real ending, and we're going to get the real one later. And it's like, guys, it's just bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Stranger Things has not been good since season 1. Nameless says, "Hey Raymond, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, or Doro Monstercado." For the record, you drew another monster card. I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah, it was and ironically, the card you drew was Celtic Guardian.
Oh yeah, ironic. That was a favorite card of mine growing up. It probably influenced me choosing Celtic as my name. Season 1 Celtic. What I mean is that like season 1 was the start and stop of it being good. Like, and season 1 still has problems. Like it has a few problems, but it's overall really solid
I had this
and fun.
exact same conversation with one of my online friends just like a couple days ago. This is funny.
Yeah. And then season 2, I enjoyed it while I watched it, but it had problems. Season 3, I liked, I think, more, but it had a lot of problems. I've not seen season 4. I've not seen season 5. And I just hear nothing good about either of them. Yeah, that was bad. If you thought that was bad, check out the true ending. It's like, oh god, that'd be hilarious. I mean, there by the sounds of it, there's no real recovery. Even if they had a 9th episode, it's not going to fix things.
Oh, there's Sherlock Holmesing season 4. Oh, right, yeah. People made that same thing about.
Yes,
maybe there's,
exactly.
like, a secret season that'll come up to fix everything with like freaking Sherlock. Oh, sorry, I need to do the British voice. I'm sorry, I forgot to do
Like
that.
Sherlock.
Like Sherlock. Spotlight.
I summon you, Slifer, the executive producer.
Producer. I love it.
Mega Ultra Chicken.
Yes, you just want to let us know that these characters 100% ended up together. Which, I mean, if you're doing that, at least have another reason why you're making the time skip.
I was going to say, it'd be hilarious if there was a time skip where it's like, oh yeah, we're divorced. You guys got, like, the idea is they got married off screen and then divorced within the time of the time skip. It's
No,
like,
that's the sequel to most live action movies.
oh my god, you're fucking right.
Yep.
Oh god, that's
Oh,
painful.
Lord.
And then the entire story either just removes the significant other from the story altogether and uses that as the excuse, or it just repeats the romance.
Yep.
Ugh. Jurassic World, don't. Just don't. That woman, that movie has the most unfair, brutal death in so many movies compared to so many movies. That lady was just doing her job, and then she got absolutely brutally murdered. And I know that her actress asked for like the most brutal death possible, but like narratively, that makes no sense. The poor woman didn't like karmically deserve that. Anyway.
Now it's time for another one of those, not necessarily a bad trope, I'm just so tired of it, which is dogs in horror movies. This can also apply.
Again, we're going to reiterate. So that implies that some of the ones that you have here is like bad in concept. Don't
or like,
that.
or at least like in most cases that they are used are really bad.
Yeah,
which,
I still
I'm
don't
not
like that
sure.
framing. You know, I do want to give a little bit of leeway on this as well, because you're obviously not a native English speaker, so there may be some like the way you learned English might be impacting your ability to give very clear language in terms of like your thoughts. A lot of people, like even that do speak native English, fuck up with this in terms of like, well, I didn't mean that. And it's like, your words say otherwise. You gotta be more accurate with your language.
Yeah.
Um,
Words matter, people.
Words matter. Like the like always hedging your bets on your statement, saying I think, I maybe, possibly. Those mean things. You should use them when they're relevant.
That is why I said that earlier. And also, good example was our earlier conversation about abridging. Ah.
Yes.
To cats or any type of pet. I just see it more commonly with dogs. Do you want your viewers to get soaked and affected by your horror movie? Ho ho ho, well, couldn't be a sip if something happened to the adorable pup. Only that it happens so often that it's more sucking when the dog survives. I'm not saying you cannot include a dog in horror media. Heck no, don't take any of the stuff I
was about to say, they flashed I Am Legend on the screen earlier. That the dog being there was absolutely fucking necessary.
Yeah, literally.
Because that was
the dog wasn't. I've read the
Will Smith's
original novel.
One,
like
yeah,
I've read the original novel. The dog was not in the original novel. It was a brilliant ad for the narrative because it gave someone for the main character to actually bounce off of in a desolate world that wasn't strictly a human. So you got some personality and some back and forth and such. Like it added that.
Right.
And it added such a great moment of tragedy for the character who then became completely alone. Like it's I love I Am Legend. It's a good film.
Yeah,
You loved it so much that you started talking over Kaiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll call that a rare Will Smith W, sure.
Like I don't watch a lot of horror, but of the horror that I have seen, there are instances where animals have died. The only one that really comes to mind though, like isn't necessarily to grip the viewer and be like, "Oh no, the dog." It's to establish that because it's a werewolf film, that werewolves and dogs do not get along, so werewolves usually kill all of the dogs in the area.
Actually, here's a question. How do werewolves count in this equation?
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that.
Because they are canines. So, like, if you have a werewolf in a horror film, does it count as a dog in a horror film for this trope?
Is there more dog in them than not?
Isa says, dude, have you not seen John Wick? That dog and what happened was a tipping point for Wick and also when the... Okay, Isa, what we're discussing here is horror film dogs. It's a particular genre trope. So I understand what you're saying, but like, not as applicable.
Yeah, we gotta stay within context. But that, you know what, that is still pretty fair though.
Yeah.
She did specifically say horror, so...
Yeah. We will make no mention of John Carpenter's The Thing and what happens to the dog in that movie. Because I need to sit Twi down and watch it, but we can only do that when we're actually physically together because she will get scared and I want to be there for her.
He wants that scene in a lot of romance movies where the love interest is clutching on very dearly while watching a horror film.
Said in this video as, you can include this in a story or it's bad. Because that's not what I'm trying to convey. Just do it a little less often. I don't know about you, but every time I'm watching a horror movie and I spot a dog, I'm already saying my goodbyes. This is not exclusively a horror thing. There's no faster way to make you hate a character than if they hurt an animal. So that's the easiest way to make someone unlikable.
It's true. It's also true in the opposite direction. That is literally why a writing book is called Save the Cat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is this why they're going to mention... Is this where they're going to mention JoJo? Because Dio kicks the dog at the very beginning?
Maybe.
Oh, if they use that, then it shoots their entire argument in the foot because they said horror movies. But I was going to say, like, when you include a dog in a horror movie, it can also be utilized in a number of different ways other than just as an example of it dying.
Yeah. They did specify later that it's not exclusive to horror, but horror was their example.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the primary example.
Yeah.
When I'm watching Beethoven, I'm already saying my goodbyes.
It works. It's just that if it happens too often, you grow desensitized to it, and it can feel like lazy writing. Come on, give us characters that are absolutely terrible and disgusting, but couldn't harm an animal. I love evil characters with a very strict moral code. And learning which lines they are willing to cross and which ones they aren't can give us so much interest in characterization.
That's a common trope in and of itself, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's like villains that have they can do all these terrible things, but they don't want to harm a child.
Fuck,
right?
you go back to, ironically, Michael Myers from Halloween. I can't remember which movie it was, but I think it was the newest Halloween series, where the first one in that, which was just called Halloween, which is confusing. He spares a baby. Like he doesn't kill a baby, which I find weird because in the very first film, it is confirmed that he killed dogs and ate them, because he was hungry. So it's like that trope has been around for a little bit here. Like
At least way more than, we need to show this character is bad, let's make them hurt a dog. Wait, is this a JoJo reference? But yeah, most viewers care about animal characters. Many care about them way
Wait, okay, so with freaking, what's the word? With the dog in part 3, I don't know whether this is so weird, because this is going to refer to both part 1 JoJo and part 3. But I think I saw Iggy, so it's probably part 3. So, in part 3, several key characters died, including Iggy. Spoilers. And that was mainly, like JoJo kills off its major characters every single arc. That's like a consistent thing that they do. It's just that Iggy was one of the ones that got the short end there.
Eric.
And that was
Michael Myers. What? Celtic, the baby wasn't ripe enough. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. But yeah, that was mainly used, as always, to showcase how incredibly dire and dangerous the villains are.
How does she qualify off-screen dogs dying exactly? Because, like, again, I'll go back to the Michael Myers example. You never see the dogs that die. You only, some detectives stumble upon the results of it, and you actually never see even the gore of it. And then also, Silent Hill 4, there's part of the backstory for the main antagonist, who's sort of the main character, Walter Sullivan, who is a serial killer. He shot up an entire pet store and killed a bunch of dogs because he hated dogs. You never see any of the dogs, at least not normal manifestations of them, because there are monster dogs you fight. So how does that qualify exactly? Does it meet this trope's criteria?
Yeah, and also to clarify, as someone in chat also pointed out, Iggy was not helpless. They had a stand, which is like the main, magic powers of the setting. He was actively with the group trying to find and kill Dio in part 3.
The dog had a stand?
So, yeah, animals can have stands.
That is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, literally, there's like a fight in part 3, like later on, where Iggy fights a bird who had an ice stand that had ice powers.
I'm just imagining now, it's like this fucking cat walks up to you and just says, "The world!"
Yeah. Oh, freaking!
And when time resumes, your leg has become a scratching post.
Oh, and in part 4, the main characters almost got killed by a rat.
This fucking series is wild, man. I mean, it is appropriately titled Bizarre Adventure.
Yes.
Care about them way more than about the human ones. So even if on paper it seems like the best idea to upset the viewer, the way it's so overdone might make it seem too predictable and lazy. Okay, I think that was enough complaining for a video.
So, yeah, I can't say I agree. That's probably the closest to an agreeable one, because I do feel that way, that dogs can be overused in that sense, but I don't also
Sure.
strictly agree, because, like, I've become so numb to it that it's lost its effect. So it's one of those, like, well, I don't like this dog as much as I like all the other characters, because I've seen this before and I'm not getting emotionally invested. So I don't know. This one I'm feeling a little more conflicted on when it comes down to it, other than the other three, where I
Right.
felt like your takes were more shallow than they should have been.
Yeah.
Isa, for 5 Singaporean shekels, are they talking about the dog killed in the dream and ended up dead in the real world when dealing with the death stand? I couldn't clearly see what they were showing. I thought they were just showing Iggy. So that's where my mind went.
It was Iggy.
But I'll have to see.
I think everyone confirmed that it was Iggy. Sora Hart says, dogs can have everything, even personas. Yeah, okay, you got me. I remember my friend Jack, he really liked playing one of the Tales games. It was the one with the dog. And he's like, oh, he's so dog. This dog has it holds a knife in its mouth. And it's like, cool, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, I believe that's Zestiria, if I remember correctly.
Yugok says there was also an orangutan whose stand was a ship.
Yeah, that's also in part 3.
What the fuck is this series? Oh, God.
That's not... Oh, Vesperia, my bad. Zestiria is the one with, like, the spirits and shit. I got... Okay, sorry. But yeah, that was the video.
A dog dies in pretty much every part. That's a recurring trope. Also, we gotta get back to the outro here.
Oh, right.
Lazy. Okay, I think that was enough complaining for a video. You can let me know if there's any other particular trope you personally are not a fan of and why. I really enjoy reading your opinions. And as I said, feel free to agree or disagree with any of the points I've made in the video. I'm just a random person on the internet, so don't let me dictate what you can or can't enjoy. Let's just make sure to keep the conversation civilized. Or call me a moron. Engagement is engagement. Bye! Come on in.
Fair.
And
Pause. There we go. I hate this player sometimes. All right, so actually, what are some tropes that you guys don't like? I'm trying to think of some off the top of my head that I don't
Tsundere's.
Oh, fuck you, I love Tsundere's.
Just like, okay, hold on. It's less about like the trope in and of itself. Oh,
you super roboted there.
Oh, my bad, I'm sorry. I think it's because I unplugged my headphones since we're done with the video. But what's the word? Am I good now?
Yeah, you're fine. Also, Silver-Haired Freak says, what the fuck is this series? Peak fiction cult. But you were saying, Kaiser, because I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, but freaking with Tsundere's, it's less about like, oh, you know, not liking them inherently, obviously, and more so that like most Tsundere's that I've seen in anime aren't like, most of the time the character trope is designed for comedy, from what I've seen anyways. And yeah. I guess unfortunately most of the examples I've seen have not been funny. There have been 3 characters that I think are very well written and good tsunderes, and a lot of it is because they're not necessarily tsunderes. The real, I guess, issue is that they are characters with tsundere traits, and I feel like that's the best way to make that trope work.
Bakugo.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, Bakugo,
I was going to say
Asuka.
I mean, Asuka is the
Revi
child
from Black Lagoon. Senjo Gahara from the Monogatari series. They're all good characters, and they all count as tsunderes, obviously, but they're good not because of, like, I won't say not because the tsundere part. It's more so it's that they're just not that. Like the baseline of the trope.
I think more so is what you're complaining about.
Asuka is the baseline of the trope, though. She's the trope namer.
Yeah, she is the foundational.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, like, the reason.
Well, for the specific term, yeah, but there have been characters similar to her, like, made previous.
Well, I think it's because a lot of tsunderes get flanderized. That's the word I'm looking for. It's the flanderization of the trope that gets annoying. Izanagi says, I like tsunderes, but you need to balance the sun and dere as an issue. Some modern versions is that they lean too into the sun and violent retaliatory part too often over the dere parts. No, I disagree with that, actually. I think a lot of the over-flanderized ones, you can have a real big problem where they're super hot cold. I think that's also a big problem. Where like they're super angry and violent one time, and then they're turning around and like pushing their fingers together. It's not like I like you, Baka. It's not like I'm in love with you.
Yeah, and sometimes they're dude. I swear, I forgot which show was it. It was like a show from the early 2000s that like all the episodes got released on the YouTube. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna just sit down and watch this. This seems okay. And then, like, they did exactly that, like, that exact line. And I'm all like, fuck off, man. And again, most of the time, these types of characters are used for comedy. The problem is that most of the characters that fit this trope aren't very funny.
Well, what I typically find is when you find a bad tsundere, it typically goes in line with bad character writing in general.
Yeah.
That's where I typically find it, because it's like, almost all the characters are shallow by comparison. Nisekoi! Sorry, had to sneeze there.
Oh wait, here's another good example of a tsundere that I actually like. Noelle Vermillion from Black Clover. I think she, if anything, she's like one of the best female shonen characters probably in the last like 10 years, I would say.
From my neck of the woods, I think it's Claire Dubois is her full name. But she's from I'm in Love with the Villainous. You know, obviously it's a Yuri anime, but I think she's actually a pretty strong, like, her entire tsundere personality comes from the fact that she is an aristocracy and she's getting annoyed by a commoner. And, like, the entire story is about her genuinely starting to grow affectionate towards the commoner. Like, the story is her warming up. And so it's like, her sun is the strong start, and it starts to give away to dere. It's not like, oh, I secretly liked you this whole time. It's like, it's actually her going on a character arc and still maintaining her personality all the way through. Let's see. Yugok says, hero turning on allies because of what villains said, specifically when they believe the villain right away over their friends. That's like along the lines of what's called the liar revealed trope, which I'm also not a big fan of.
What's another?
Well, that's Twilight, because I feel like we've been talking over her, not really giving her a moment
go
to
ahead.
get in.
I'm sorry.
I mainly have two main gripes when it comes to anything that I watch. And it was really funny when I mentioned that Evangelion had both of them.
Oh, man. Okay.
The first one is the evil scientist trope, or the trope of the scientist who is so focused on their sciencing that they don't understand things like ethics or morals or anything like that, because that is just not true. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of these kinds of tropes have contributed negatively to how scientists are looked at in common parlance, and leads to distrust in science, which is really bad. So it is very harmful. And also it's just really fucking boring as well.
Are you talking about that in the case of Ritsuko, or are you talking about
Ritsuko?
Gendo?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was my least favorite character in the show.
I think what you really need for a character like that is less of a science for science's sake and more of they have a single-minded goal in mind for what they're doing, and they're just, I think, what is it? I don't know actually what Bondrud's final goal is in Made in Abyss. That man is just a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Let's see, Mark Liu, this third act breakup, it's not needed in every story. Yeah, that's basically what I don't like. I don't like seeing that over and over again. I mean, it can be done well. I don't mind it when it's really developed, but like so often it falls into like the everyone just learned this information, including the person at fault, like 5 minutes ago. Like, damn. At least Shinji's dad has messed up his messed up reasons. Yeah, that's the thing is like Gendo has an overriding goal. So like his disregard for ethics is all because he has willingly chosen to be a piece of shit. Ritsuko is just
it's framed as him being that way to begin with.
Yeah. The other thing that I really don't like when it comes to a lot of series is, oh god, it just left my brain. Just
humanity
right
is super
then and
special
there.
awesome.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
I remember we discussed this because like, was it Evangelion? It was the third rebuild that addressed it, right?
Yes. It actually addressed both of my points, actually. Which is why I enjoyed it more, because the rebuilds not only addressed them as being wrong, but also gave a much more nuanced opinion on these themes. So, and those were things that I much more appreciate, because I just hate how black and white and how simplistic these things are, of like how, because a lot of the creators of shows are so focused on things, especially when it comes to the science thing or the humanity is special thing. A lot of people are religious, and so they have especially if they're Christian, so they have this idea that humans are inherently special and they have qualities of some sort that make them better than anything else, which isn't true. So the fact that Evangelion Rebuilds had addressed these and had given much more nuanced insights into these things, I had appreciated it so
I know that
much.
they did that. I'll have to check them out.
Reminder, our opinion, even though we did both enjoy the rebuilds of Evangelion, which I don't think thematically or like narratively they are as strong as the original Evangelion, but it is nice that they addressed these points and like they introduced something interesting to the series. But our opinion has always been, man, Anno was in such a better place when he made these. He should have been the one making the Eureka 7 movies, and the guy that made the Eureka 7 movies should have made the Evangelion rebuilds. I think that would have been the better swap.
Yeah, I do like the rebuilds though, but I do think that I do agree that like you have to watch the original in order to watch the rebuilds, because the rebuilds, like, I don't know if this is canon or if this is just my thought, but I feel like the rebuilds are the world that Shinji rebuilt at the end of the movie.
That's been a headcanon for the longest time. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was like soft confirmed in the fourth one, where it's like all about the looping worlds, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Sora Heart says, when a new character has the same name of one of the main characters, but they're better, more cool than the main character, and everyone praises them. What?
Huh? Can you give an example?
Yeah, like who replaced who?
I don't know who you're talking.
Unless you're talking about Dante from Devil May Cry, but I'm pretty sure even DMC Dante people kind of shat on in that universe.
Yeah.
Rebuilds are almost like a sequel. The rebuilds, I think they are a sequel, and I also think they are a complementary piece. Like they make a complete whole with the original Evangelion, and it gives you. It's not that they contradict each other; it's that they kind of give both sides in a nice, even package when combined. And so like it fulfills like a lot of the questions of each. Rachel's VA is the same as Rin Tosaka.
Oh, they're talking about Blaze Blue stuff.
Oh. Well, I can eject out of. I personally feel that Ultraman, from what I've seen so far, has a good balance between alien species and humanity. Not true. Well, I was gonna say I was gonna bounce off of Twice. Someone else did as well. I think it was Sketchy Sam that was like, on the inverse side of the spectrum, there's also the humanity is inherently bad trope.
Yes, that's also very annoying.
which is
Yeah.
why I from what I hear about the new Avatar films 2 and 3, I have very little interest in them, even though Zero has been really gassing them up recently. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds
Oh,
like
you
they're
know what?
really, really angry at humanity.
You know what?
Well-
I think this is another trope that I sometimes get kind of sick of, which is that, like, I don't know, near the end of the story, you find out that the primary motivation for, like, the villains is because, like, humanity is fucking up the environment or something like that, or they use that as, like, a way to try to persuade the main character into feeling like, "Oh my god, you should be on my side. You should be with me, Mr. Anti-Redditor." That's the hero's name, shut up. Uh,
He,
like,
he
throughout the
took that name
story.
from a prior character, and he's the cooler, smarter version of it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is this is the sequel series, Anti-Redditor. But like throughout the story, environmentalism wasn't necessarily like all that relevant to the story or like the sins of humanity broadly. They're just sort of they just say it broadly and just kind of ask you to infer it from there.
It's a last minute injection of a character trait that wasn't set up.
Yeah.
That's being used
Yeah,
for moral brownie points, effectively.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't like that. I like it better when that is a consistent thing that has been prevalent throughout the story, or is like an element of the character that gets like exposed, as we go forward. I think that
Conversely, though, one of the I referenced it earlier in the stream, a game that did this well, the last minute character, because like you only get introduced to the characters like when you fight them. Metal Gear Rising, every single boss you meet, you only ever interact with once, and like you have these intricate like Raiden and them have an intricate discussion on these deep philosophical concepts, and like by the end, it's pretty logical that Raiden has his faith shaken in a whole bunch of things, and it's good. I love it. It's wacky, but I love it.
But the game, the game is formatted in such a way that would allow like the characters discuss these things, right? Even if it is just like, okay, one discussion like per villain, but at least they are being made apparent to the main character, who is already established to have gone through a lot of like very like self-reflective experiences.
Sora Hart replies, "The show chaotic. The main character Tom meets another guy named Tom, but he's a better chaotic player, more fun to be around, and steals the friends group."
Oh, I know the thing you're talking. Okay, yeah.
Is
I don't
that
know
a-
this series.
I was gonna
but
say, is that
I know
even
the
like
trope.
I don't feel like that's a trope. That's like a single data point. I think you need a little more than that for it to be a trope.
Yeah, like a trope is something that appears in many different media. So, like, obviously you have the one example. Are there other examples that you have, or is it just like that one thing, in which case that's not really a trope?
Izanagi says, not sure if a trope or whatnot, but I get kind of tired when the work is self-aware or lampshading a bunch of stuff, but still does the thing being lampshaded. Like, you're doing something dumb, why keep it? That goes in, I think, to a larger conversation about the modern state of dialogue and things.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about the M meme, where it's the serious Mario game with like the slow
right.
piano music, and it's like a 3D Mario game in the style of a lot of video games now, where it's like over the shoulder, and it's like he's talking to Peach, and it's like, all right, I'm on the main path, and he's talking to Peach, and Peach is like, "Focus, M. We need to move into the complex. Bowser's stolen the Power Stars, and you know what that means. Yeah, trouble." And it's just like,
Oh my god.
like you know the kinds of games I'm talking about, and it's just bad in terms like it's goofy as
Yeah.
fuck, but it's like they don't take things seriously. They're taking things way too lighthearted for how serious the situation is.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. I hate in
It,
horror
it
movies.
gets very played out.
I hate in horror movies when the characters move slow, turning around, peeking around the corner, small movements that take ages for them to do. I know it's building tension, but they don't need to be that slow. Sometimes they do, like I appreciate it when a story indicates that like slow movement is the smart choice, but you're generally right that like a lot of we were watching Bleach and the first episode had me so fucking angry because Rukia and Ichigo, when they're seen in front of what was that first that second one?
Fishbone D.
Fishbone D. They were sitting in front of Fishbone D. He was just fucking standing there doing nothing. And they were there talking for like 3 minutes discussing what like the their names and like how you become a soul reaper. It's like I'm gonna stab you. It's like just fucking do it. There is a hollow right there, and he is not going to be like for some reason he is waiting patiently for you guys to finish this conversation. Like what the that's my trope. That's my trope where things just take too fucking long to happen when they really shouldn't.
I will say, Raymond, I didn't send the screenshot to you, but in the manga, Fishbone D was a lot farther away when they had that conversation.
Well, knowing what I know from the manga, from what you've sent me, I completely believe you that it's better set up there.
Yeah. Like it is. I will say that I like accept it as being like a talking as a free action kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mainly also partially because like saying I'm going to stab you through the heart to give you Shinigami powers, but this might kill you. This is not a decision to make lightly.
The like I can get that, but like I think I've been spoiled by so many shows that do that. Like My Hero Academia is actually really good about that because like a lot of the explanatory language comes in the terms of internal monologue where characters are running through things in their mind where your brain operates so much faster than how you can speak. And then when characters speak to one another, they're standing still for what, just a couple of seconds? There's very few moments in the show where I'm like, guys, problem right over there. Gotta solve this now. Emergency situation. It's typically like, if they need to communicate to one another, they're very snappy about it. And like, we got to do this. All right. Clarify. Okay, good. Let's move. Like, or they even do it while they're moving a lot of times. Like they're keeping on the move. So like, there's that.
You do it like, or you do it like how it is in World Trigger, where the characters literally have like this wireless program that allows them to communicate with each other with their minds.
Yeah. Chibirisa says, a just completely disproportionate consequence for characters, especially they're written to teach characters lessons, just defeating the purpose of the lesson.
Ruby.
Yep.
Nah.
Silver-haired freak, when comic adaptations insult their source material or just the medium of comics in general, it comes across as so mature. Oh, fuck, who am I thinking of right now? What Alan? It's the guy that did Watchmen.
Alan.
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore. Yeah. Fuck you, man.
Yeah.
You misanthropic piece of shit. I really hate misanthropy. Like, at least when it's not balanced out in some way, shape, or form. Like, you can have a character who's very misanthropic, but when the narrative leans towards humanity as a piece of shit, it really just gets on my nerve because I get that a lot of the bad of human history rises to the surface because it's there's a whole psychology of it that we are attracted to negative things because it stimulates our fight or flight response. It's like, it's helping train what to look out for in danger patterns. But like, there is so much good in humanity. So much good. So much kind-heartedness and self-sacrifice and martyry. Like, you get these amazing things that people genuinely try to be good. And like, it just goes unappreciated. And it just frustrates me when a media is so blinded to that. And it's just so negative on humanity as a result of it.
Which I wouldn't even necessarily have as much of an issue if it what wasn't just misanthropic for misanthropic's sake, unless you're specifically trying to make some kind of point.
I'll also be right back.
The problem is The problem is when you're doing so at the cost of basically in the process of like misrepresenting something else. That's what I feel. That's why I feel like that can be just really, really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Let me see. Hey, humans are real monsters so much. I mean, I like. Oh wait, you just helped me light bulb something. Another trope that I have mixed feelings about. I honestly I like twist villains in anime. I tend to be like more about them in the West.
I don't agree necessarily. I don't even agree with a lot of the twist villains that I see a lot of people complaining about. But maybe it's just because I'm actually a lot more relaxed when it comes to a lot of things. Like, for as critical as I can be to a lot of things, it's actually very difficult to get me to dislike something that you show me, or to get me to dislike something that I'm watching. You have to have, like, I'm fairly tolerant for a lot of things, but so it takes like a very special kind of mistake for you to get me to like genuinely start to dislike your stuff.
No, 100%.
So
I was gonna say the most
even-
painful thing you can have from Twilight is indifference.
Hey, yeah.
Right.
But when
we're
it comes
okay.
to Western twist villains, I tend to not mind them. Like, I don't really understand what people's gripes are with them, other than the fact that, like, they say, oh, well, it wasn't set up properly, even though that's kind of the point of a twist villain, that they don't need to be set up as twist villains necessarily, because that's the point of the twist.
Oh
But
God, I just like. Oh, something clicked in my brain because I played through recently Ace Combat's 4, 5, 0, 6, and I started with 7, but I went back and I played through all of the more recent games. I still need to go back and play. I think it's X, and 3 is the big one on my list because I keep being told that's an experience. But my point going to in Ace Combat 0, there is a character that people beloved called Pixie, who is your wingman at the start of the game. And about a third to about halfway through the game, he gets disillusioned by war and breaks away to join like this entire organization that is devoted to breaking apart nations and like erasing borders from the planet. And a lot of people like you see his disillusionment happening a mile away. And what frustrates me the most is that in all the Ace Combat games, you are a silent protagonist. And this game decides to make your character the heart of like the dynamic with Pixie. You never talk back to the guy. They actually had a system in the 5th game that preceded it to actually communicate with your wingmen. Like you can say yes or no to certain questions and indicate your thoughts on it. You never talk to Pixie. And then at the end of the game, one of the big things that he's trying to ask you is, have you finally found something to fight for? And I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to? We've never exchanged a conversation. You just talked to me and slowly went off the deep end saying that like, oh, I don't see any borders from up here. And it's like, no shit. It's almost as if borders have a very good purpose for being there, man. And at the end of the game, he's trying to nuke major cities in an attempt to like end all wars. Like, oh, if we demonstrate this mass destruction, no one will want to fight wars anymore. And I'm like, where the fuck did you get that from? It's like people praise this man as some kind of philosophical landmark for the Ace Combat series. And I think he is one of the most poorly characterized people in all of media. He's just a complete lunatic.
So that that goes into a complaint that I have of video games generally. Like, we're getting out of like media, or well, like television media.
That's fine.
But
Yeah, it's
like
fine.
a complaint that I have in video games is the silent protagonist, especially if you have like a very story focused plot, or game, but your character is still a silent protagonist, and everyone else maybe has speaking lines. Maybe there's even voice acting in it, but your character is still a silent protagonist. Like, why? Oh, well, the game wants to self-insert you in there. Well, I'm sorry, but if you haven't noticed by the sound of my voice, I'm a woman. This character's man. I can't insert myself into him.
The
Well,
I
yeah,
would say
it's
typically
supposed to be the other
speaking,
way around.
Ace
Sorry.
Combat
That was
and
bad.
Oh my god. Kaiser, Jesus Christ.
well, I was gonna
That's
say
a bad job. Sorry.
typically speaking, Ace Combat and Armored Core do an excellent job of this, because the story is more like you affect the story. Your character is making changes, but it's not like your communication matters all that much. Like a lot of the games will
Right.
recognize you are a stoic motherfucker, and it's like that is the key personality trait that everyone acknowledges. And like
Yeah.
when you say yes or no, there is the presumption that your character is speaking and you develop a rapport in Ace Combat 5. I don't like how they like in Ace Combat 4, there's like nothing going on with the main character. The entire story between missions is all focused on this occupied town and a kid that lives in it, and he's like reflecting on it. And it's more about telling the story of your rival Ace that's going to be the big boss at the end of the game. And it's very well told. It's just the main character that you play as doesn't get like any kind of it's just, oh, he is like the savior of our fucking war effort. And it's like, really? I'm
Oh.
one guy in a jet. What the fuck am I doing? Like, I know I'm
Yeah.
good, but like, holy shit, guys. And that's why I liked Ace Combat 5 is that like, you got a little bit of characterization as the stoic leader who everyone can rely on. And that's all you really needed. All the other characters, you get like familiar with them and you get attached to them. And like you lead them in a confident and firm way. Like you could just get the feeling like this guy
Right.
says very few words and he just does the fucking mission. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, so it's like a Master Chief kind
Yeah.
of thing.
In Zero, they tried to characterize, like give you options to characterize because they don't just introduce non-combatant targets, but they make a distinction between non-combatant targets and combatant targets, and you can choose which to go after. Like you can, and it gives you like a morality rating where like you can be a mercenary who kills everyone in your path, or you can be a knight who spares the innocent effectively. And like the game does account for that, but in terms of like who you come up across and like one of the big elements of the story I like is that it's a documentary. It's framing a documentary of like all these other aces that fought against you. All of them are trying to like interpret who you are because none of them actually met you. And that's a really cool idea. And it's done all right. The big thing is Pixie is your wingman. Presumably you guys on base like hung out together and talked. Presumably you guys had to
Yeah.
communicate through the radio. And now at the end of the game, when you show up to be the big bad, you're now ascribing character traits to me that are not at all reflective of anything I've done in game. He calls you arrogant for having become a knight. Like that's like the change in dialogue. He calls you arrogant for having spared innocent lives. And I'm like, what does that even mean?
What?
What the fuck?
That's wild, yeah.
People apparently really praise this guy, and like the game has a lot of good elements to it, but like, holy shit, he's a complete and utter idiot psychopath. What the fuck? And then
That's
6
wild, man.
is fun because it's just a fun liberation story. If you guys want to watch 7, its story is kind of like all over the place. It's fun, but it's crazy. Maxor has a great video on an incorrect summary of Ace Combat 7, where a lot of the fandom memes come from. Highly recommend it.
Yeah,
This thing is, if you can have a silent protagonist and still give them personality, take the Doomslayer, Samus, or even an incarnation of Link. Even then, oh, you go twice.
Link was the person that I was complaining about.
Yeah, because
Well, which one, I guess?
Well, I was gonna say,
specifically Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Link.
yeah, but all the Links have personality. Like they actually all have distinct personalities. And Samus,
and that's the
Samus talks.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing why I think that it's ridiculous that the characters don't speak. Because if you don't... The only way to make it that the character is completely self-insertion is to allow the person to customize the character, or at least allow them to change genders and play regardless, which wouldn't work in a game like Zelda. But also, if you give the character a personality, which Link definitely does, you automatically are blocking the player from self-inserting if they don't have the same personality as Link.
Yeah. Like I was gonna say, Samus does talk. Like she talks in Fusion.
Yeah.
She talks a little bit at the start of Super Metroid. Like we're talking all the way back at the very beginning. I think she even talks in some of the manuals for the first and second games, but like definitely in the third game, definitely in the fourth game. She never, and then she definitely talks. Like one of the most badass moments in all of Metroid Dread is that she only ever speaks like 2 lines in that game, and they are some of the most impactful lines I have ever heard in a video game, surely on the basis of her being stoic the entire game. It's like the words that she says carry so much weight as a result of her speaking only then. And everything else is characterized through body language. And then you get to the problem of Metroid Prime 4, where they try to avoid the problems with Metroid Other M, where in Metroid Other M, they have her talking fucking nonstop, and it's a problem.
Yeah, I remember that being like a huge complaint.
Yeah, they also completely mischaracterize her too, in terms of like, there's a lot of problems. Other M has a bunch of problems that people like to bitch about, but the point of it, they try to avoid that in Metroid Prime 4, and it comes off fucking weird. Because she's interacting with a lot of characters. And it was also kind of weird in Metroid Prime 3 when she was talking to, like, a bunch of characters were talking to her. And we're supposed to be getting kind of endeared with these characters. And it's like, she has zero rapport with them. It's like, she's just constantly quiet when they're talking at her. And it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's really fucking awkward. Especially at the very end of the game when they're all sacrificing themselves to save her and let her go off, and she just stares at them. Just like, the fuck? Metroid Prime 4 is going to go down. It is not going to age well. It is not going to age well at all. It's already not aging well.
Oh boy.
Izanagi says, now I wonder if they might give Yu Nakamura a voice in the P4 remake, given that he's characterized a lot and the anime gives him a good bit of personality. Would also be interesting.
Narukami.
Oh yeah. No, sorry, Narukami. Would also be interesting to see a previously silent character talk. No, because like technically speaking, the Persona protagonists are not silent characters. They just don't have a voice or dialogue boxes, but they are conversing with other characters. That's sort of how Link has been. It's just that the new Zelda.
Yeah, but he's still considered. He's still considered a silent protagonist because of that. Speaking of Link, though, again with the personality. It's like, yeah, Link has a very distinctive personality. He's an asshole in so many of the games. Especially he can be an asshole in Skyward Sword, which I love him for. But like, I don't want to insert myself into Link because I'm not an asshole.
Also,
I can be a bitch.
I was gonna say I'm not sure if he's in the pegging either.
Damn it! You stole my joke.
No, you already made the joke, and then he reiterated the joke in a different format.
Well, that is also true. So everybody gets a turn.
I may have.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Well, excuse me, princess. You see, I am firmly convinced that the way Nintendo works is if something goes horribly wrong and has a negative reputation, they steer hard away from it. Like,
Yeah.
again, Other M, it made them scared of giving Samus a voice, which is why Dread was so impressive in how it handled things, and why Metroid Prime 4 is such a mess. And then, of course, you have the Legend of Zelda animated series, which everyone thought that Link was just an annoying prick, and so as a result, he never fucking speaks. It took decades for another Mario movie. Yes, exactly. Like, they took forever to make another one.
Yeah. It's such a shame.
Oh boy,
And
I
hey,
can
at
eat an
least
Octorok.
I mean, hey, at least that worked. The newer one worked out, and they're making a sequel. So hopefully that keeps the ball rolling.
To be fair, the show only had 2 games to work off of. To be fair, they didn't need to make him an annoying dick. like the whole oh boy smooching time. What the? Where did that come from? I know that he and Zelda kiss at the end of the second game, but
Actually,
like, holy shit.
I guess this is like a. What?
Oh, I was gonna say I kind of wonder if it's just like them taking the piss out of the games, really, because I think even back then there was probably like jokes about how Link is going through all of this stuff just to get a kiss from Zelda and things like that. So they probably like were making fun of that.
I wonder that. I just wonder what the thought process behind that animation was, and exactly like how much input Nintendo had in terms of like I don't think Nintendo would have greenlit it knowing what it would end up being.
Yeah.
Right. I guess that brings me I guess lastly probably. It's not a trope that I dislike or really have like a huge strong feelings about. It's more so just like something in regards to character presentation that can be a mixed bag at times. And that's when like having characters who aren't supposed to be like traditionally unlikable characters, right? Who are meant to be part of what makes them what they are, and part of what makes them interesting is the fact that they are not necessarily traditionally likable, right?
Yeah.
I like a lot of characters that are that. Shinji Ikari being a very key example. Denji from Chainsaw Man being a much more modern take on that front, and many more that I'm not just gonna fucking list off. But it can be very difficult to get them right, because what I see an issue with oftentimes is that many writers lay it on way too damn thick, where we see almost always just like the worst aspects of the character, and not really enough of a reason to want to follow them. And like an example of this from a show that I thought that I would like a lot more when rewatching it recently, it's the show called Kiba. I used to love Kiba. It's like this old style isekai story that's also like a monster capture series. I thought it was so freaking cool. But rewatching it, like, I don't know, the past month, I'm like, why the fuck should I care about Zed again?
Oh God, I'm trying to think of a
Other
good example of a character that like is supposed to be unlikable, but they accidentally skew into. Oh fuck! What am I talking about, Dalen?
Yeah, Dalen.
Oh my
Like, well, it's confused. Like the entire story is confused on whether or not he's supposed to be.
I mean, yeah,
likable
that's even worse. Now,
traditionally.
So are these like
that's even worse.
characters that are supposed to be assholes but are still likable, or
Yeah, I think like a Yusuke is a good example of one.
yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
Yusuke and Lena are
Yeah.
good examples.
Right, Lena's a great example of that done well. You're absolutely right.
Bakugo.
Mhm.
like
Bakugo,
what's
yeah.
actually great about Bakugo is he kind of starts out as a soft antagonist that's not really all that inherently likable, but like his good
Yeah.
qualities do gradually show through, and you start to realize, oh, like I mean, I remember that my click over for Bakugo was him being like potentially like when the League of Villains were trying to recruit him and he got fucking pissed at them. It's like,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
I misread this character entirely. Interesting.
Yeah.
I love that moment
go-
It's so
because it
good.
surprises so many people. Like the amount of my friends that I have shown My Hero Academia to who have gotten surprised because they were convinced that Bakugo was not only going to be an antagonist but was going to join the League of Villains.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I could never understand that. Honestly, I mean, maybe it was because the perspective I already had of the character, just like kind of going into things, but like I never thought that they were, for even a second, that they were gonna go that route.
Mm.
I always thought that like because a lot of common tropes are like you have the rival character that gets bested time and time again and becomes more, I guess because I was like relying on meta trope in my mind, which is why it caught me off guard, is I thought that Bakugo was going to follow
Hmm.
a very predictable path, but he didn't. He proved to break the rule, and that's just excellent. um
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of
I
like
think part of it is
oh, go.
is just that. I think part of what I guess helped me what kept my perspective from thinking of like, okay, he's going to go, this other route, is because of the fact that like I remember that the League of Villains are doing something for very specific reasons, and Bakugo just doesn't really care all that much about any of that. So I guess that's sort of part of the reason why I just never thought he was going to like
Well,
end up with them.
they what was interesting is they entreated him with a couple of things. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that they were trying to like balance him on, is that he kept getting like misunderstood. Like they tried to play on that, like the
Well, they
I'm trying to
focus on
remember.
the fact that he was into power and that it
That was it.
looked to them like they were limiting him, and don't you just want to break free and go ape shit and stuff like that?
Yeah. Don't you guys want to fuck shit up?
Yeah.
So it's like what I appreciate about that is there may have been a way to convince him to join if they had managed to understand his relationship with Deku more. I feel like that is on the table, but because they and hopefully the audience fundamentally misunderstood who Bakugo was at his core and how deeply he had very heroic values, it's surprising when he lashes back. It's just one of my favorite episodes, like favorite moments in the entire show, just because it's like, oh, it just reworked my brain chemistry as to what the show was working with, and I very much appreciated it.
Yeah.
Honestly, what helped me in regards to I guess reshaping my understanding of Bakugo's character was specifically the beginning of season 2, if anything. Because at the start of season 2, what I kind of dislike, actually, I guess this goes into a trope I actually dislike, where, and I think Dragon Ball is kind of guilty of this, where like the what's the word? The villainous or rival character comes in, and they had all of these other interesting aspects to them and character quirks and ways of doing things, and as a result of them getting, brought into the fold of the main characters, those aspects get completely shaved away. Like, not even a little bit of is really like left. Like, there are ways you can do it naturally, obviously, but it feels so abrupt. I'm mainly talking about Tien in this regard, and in some ways Vegeta. Um, but like in which is why what impressed me in the beginning of season 2 in My Hero, where during the sports tournament and all that shit, Bakugo was still Bakugo, but there are subtle differences in his behavior that suggests that he is learning a little bit.
Yes.
Instead of trying to bully, trying to focus on like bullying the weakest targets in order to make himself look good, he takes advantage on the fact that he thrives on pressure and antagonizes everyone in order to,
Keep the pressure on himself.
improve himself, to force himself to improve. If anything, what I disliked about that scene was that Deku literally had to say it in monologue, and I'm like, what the fuck, bitch, I got it.
Yeah, well, that's a bad habit of a lot of anime. It's like explaining things over and over.
It's just a thing because
Christ, no game, no life. Oh, they did that so fucking much. Constantly talking about the rules, and it's like, you don't. God damn it. Oh. Someone says, "Hey, Celtic Phoenix, have you heard of the MHA webcomic AU where Deku gets the Omnitrix from Ben 10? I think I have, and I have zero interest in it. The thing is, like, Ben 10 was a good first season, and then after that, I was content. I didn't need any more. For some reason, it was not a fandom that stuck with me. And so, when things are mixed together with it, it never really stuck, and I can't explain why.
Like, I always thought the whole like Deku what if craze to be like the funniest shit ever, because you just type Deku what if and you just see these like obviously AI thumbnails and they come up with the dumbest shit possible.
Oh
like,
my God.
What if Deku was a mafia boss or something? Like, what the
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh my
yeah.
God, there are so many of those. Even with the role plays that I do, there are lots of AUs like that. Like, oh, what if Deku was the next AFO? What if Deku was a villain? What if Deku was a mafia boss? What if Deku was a
What if
Yakuza?
Deku had video game powers? What if Deku
Yeah,
had like
there are a
King
few
Dragon?
like that I actually kind of enjoy, though I also get annoyed with them at time to time. Like, there was one AU that I was reading that I liked, but kind of started to really slip off, where Deku, like as a young kid, was kidnapped by AFO. He basically became a Nomu. It's
Okay.
It has some interesting aspects to it. There are some that I just feel like he's way overpowered from the get-go. Then there's the one where he actually did inherit his mom's telekinesis quirk, and it did develop. And then later it's also revealed that he also got his father's. Like, it was a big reveal that, like, he actually had fire breath. It was a big surprise for everyone. And that's the one where he becomes so, like, it's just at times brutality porn on a lot of the characters.
Oh my God.
I like it, you know how like fucked up Deku could become in the series. Take that and amplify that by about 1.8, and it's like there are times where it's like, okay, I can feasibly see this, but then there are points where I'm like, I don't know how anyone recovers from this physically. I don't care about quirks. At this point, this person's bones should be dust. Like, it's like there are times where I will continue reading, but man, my believability has been stretched. I'm trying to think of any of the other ones. There's some very popular, just pure quirkless Deku AUs where he's becomes like either a vigilante or is just living a normal life. Like, you can have fun with that, but then there are ones that just kind of get more and more outlandish. Like the Mafia boss one is like, weirdly enough, I've seen good fan art of that one. Like, someone is making their own AU, and it's just, they just make the Mafia families, and it's like, oh, that's kind of fun, but why? It's just
it's like at that point, it's like it's not even the same character anymore.
Yeah, it's why I don't really do a lot of AU stuff to begin with.
What if Deku had the Keyblade?
Like, one of the major problems that I have with people making AUs of anything is, like, they don't retain who the character is fundamentally. It's
that's a big point.
Sora with a vampire AU Sora, and now he's a predatory asshole, and it's like, that's not Sora. It's like, yeah, he is. He looks like Sora. Yeah, he's fucking John wearing Sora's skin suit.
John Kingdom Hearts.
John Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it's King Heartsman. That's there. You go.
Yeah.
Ah, I got. Well, that's if he was a Mega Man character. to
Okay,
be
good
fair.
point,
That'd
yeah.
be a Mega Man.
But no, yeah, I think that's maybe a good trope to highlight. It's less of a trope, more of a writing error, but like
Yeah.
it's one that fan fiction writers make all the time. It's why like I even with the Deku AUs, I'm very selective. Like I like when it comes down to any AU, it's like I can see them, but if I go in and I discover Deku is not Deku anymore, there was one that I was following that was just weird, where he was an SCP agent, and so he had like it like I was more on the line of like I will see where you're going with this, but I don't believe this for a second. But like a lot of them try
And
to
then-
make Deku super edgy and dark, and it's like
Right.
like
Yes.
you can do that, but it requires a lot of legwork. And even then, there are aspects of him you absolutely need to maintain in some way. And it's just a
Yeah.
lot of them don't like it requires a lot of finesse to pull off an AU, and not a lot of writers are up to that task.
Or they just
Right.
want misery porn
Yeah, there's
because
that.
they can't get over
Well-
the first fucking episode.
Or they're kinky as fuck.
And
That's
then-
also another element of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there are like the videos where it's like actual porn. Like I sometimes I scroll I try to like listen to one of these and just sort of laugh at it with some friends in Discord. And there was this one where it's all like, oh, what if Deku was in the freaking class 1B instead of 1A? It's like, okay,
That's a fun
cool,
idea.
I guess. Yeah, and then like I was listening to this video. It's AI voice generate, whatever the fuck, whatever. It's clearly a Wattpad thing or AO3. But then it's like, oh, this is like a Deku harem fic in disguise. All right.
Oh.
Ugh. Oh no.
I shut that down real quick.
I have read exactly one Deku harem fic. I don't count OT3s. It's different. I consider that a different topic. But the one
Okay.
Deku harem fic, and that was not a Deku harem fic. It was a harem fic that then later included Deku. It's like
Oh.
it was very. I have talked about this one to Twi as well, but like it's
Yeah.
it's
that
very
one.
much like it was important. That one is so weird because like when I describe it to Twi, it's like sometimes it has incredibly good writing that like hits on some very interesting character dynamics you don't think about, and then other times it's weirdly like high school PSA at times.
Yeah,
It's like
okay.
I there are aspects of it I enjoy, and there's aspects of it I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna scroll until you're done.
Dude, I just
preaching.
typed Deku what if, and these are the first three that pop up. What if Izuku met Lei Nagant early and married her? What if Deku? What if Deku became an immortal phoenix?
Like-
what if Deku became Vigilante Angel? What if Deku trained?
Let me
earlier?
qualify something here. I don't mind anyone shipping anyone together when it comes down to
Oh,
getting
yeah.
your jollies off in particular.
Yeah.
But when people start shipping characters in like, oh, I think their personalities really worked well together. Like when you start crack shipping is where I'm like, well, you're crack shipping now. What the fuck do you want me to take away from this?
Yeah.
Nagant and Deku, I like sure he's inspirational to her, but like that's it. That's the be all end all.
Yeah.
I don't think she's a cougar.
Like, oh my god. Like how old is she? She's got to be like
30s, 40s.
almost. Yeah, like
Yeah, I
she's
was about
got
to
to
say
be
early
Inko's
30s
age.
at least.
Kinda Tatsumi. Late 30s, currently 40s after the time skip.
Yeah.
Got it.
People also
So-
ship Deku with what's it Josei? The ordinary woman, the big short
Yeah.
lady.
Right. Yeah,
It's like-
yeah.
But like with her, we don't really know her age. Like she could be like 18 or 17
I-
or
For me, it's
something like
less
that.
of the
We don't
age
know.
problem because like you can Deku canonically by the end of the series is old enough, so I'm like you can literally skew it anywhere in that time frame.
Yeah.
It's more so just
Yeah.
they were on screen together for like 5 minutes. I know that like it's a very important element of the story, but like it has no tone whatsoever about romance.
Well,
Well,
Raymond,
like,
you've been
Ippon Jose, thank you.
That's
Right.
also the thing with a lot of romance, though, is that it shouldn't take a whole lot for you to be endeared to a relationship or a potential relationship. And like him saving her in particular and like being kind to her despite her looks, like that's kind of the exact same thing with Mist and Nina in Knights, the manga that I introduced you to. It's basically the exact same thing. Like they're on screen together for like a chapter, and then he's gone for quite a while. Like she comes back eventually, obviously, because she is the love interest, but
Sure.
like she's the first in a long string of women that they save from being burned at the stake. Um and it can be the same thing with that as well. Like you can have a character that's like that and just have like a small little moment, and it can be enough to endear people to that relationship if there is a possibility of pursuing it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that
Mhm.
is fair. Celtic fans, is there a Ruby fan fiction that crosses over with Hoodwinked?
Oh my
Probably,
god.
but why? Personally, I prefer to ship him with
I
Sue. That's not a bad ship. Sue is a very like I feel like they would be a very compatible couple. Yeah.
Hmm.
Celtic, you good? You keep winking. It's because the way that like my the way it works, because I'm looking at 3 different screens. If I turn my head too far, the camera loses track of my eyebrows and my eyes, and like it starts to kind of glitch out. So if I'm looking over in one direction or another, if I'm not looking straight ahead or within 30 degrees of the camera, it loses all tracking. It just
right.
that happens. If it's not safe for
To
work or
answer
if
your question,
oh yeah.
to quickly answer your question, Raymond, the reason why Ruby would be crossed over with Hoodwinked is because they're both fairy tales.
Oh
Ah.
no, I absolutely know why they'd be crossed over together. It's just
Yeah.
I just don't know if you know what. Like Google time. Ruby X Hoodwinked.
Let me see. I know one guy who's making comics about Deku and Ryuko of all people. I've seen like a couple of comic dubs of that. Ryuko from Kill la Kill.
What the
Um,
fuck am I looking at?
and I'm gonna what?
Okay,
What is
so
that?
there is a crossover section specifically for Hoodwinked and Ruby in fanfiction.net.
Yeah.
It has exactly one entry. It is called 363 Lilo Gets Hoodwinked Hood versus Evil by Mary.O'Keefe.16. The description is as such. While recording French versions of their songs, Hansel and Gretel has been kidnapped from their candy shop on Drury Lane. Now, CLST must find them before they become cookie crumbles again. It has tagged K+, English, Friendship Adventure, 1 chapter, 407 words, 1 favorite, published on in 2019, and OCs listed. So it's someone OC. That's just bizarre.
Okay.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to add that to Bad Fanfiction Night, but then you said it was only like 400 words.
Yeah,
and I was
we'd be
like,
done
no.
with it in minutes. Lilo from Lilo and Stitch? I don't know, and I ain't checking.
Yeah.
No, it's their OC Lilo. Their Ruby OC Lilo.
Yeah,
Probably.
the CL whatever the Team Clit or whatever it was called.
My god.
Might be a Pooh's Adventure type fanfic. I don't know. Not gonna lie. Nah, this is why you do why you do drugs.
I mean, to come up with shit like that, I mean, probably.
I know. I think that looked like a little kid. I
Okay.
would believe that'd be just a child doing something stupid, which
Yeah, probably.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that's about good for us. We've gone almost about 4 hours, so I think that's probably a good place to cut off.
Yeah.
Anything you guys want to add? Anything you want to announce?
I guess with me, I'm working on the new video. Should be out by the end of the week. And I'm going to start inserting some things into my Patreon. I'm going to be doing sort of just like off the cuff recordings that can serve as like, precursor to future videos and things like that. So if y'all want to have access to any of that once I upload it, support my Patreon, my channels. It's in my channel about page, which will hopefully be in the description below. If Raymond remembered to put it there. I'm joking. I know you have it there. But yeah, other than that, we're just going to try to. I'm just generally going to try to like just make this year another good year for content, specifically World Trigger stuff, because now we have confirmation that the reboot is happening, which means they're gonna remake the first season of the show, which will hopefully be much more accessible to a lot of first time viewers and people.
Nice.
Twilight, you got anything?
I'm very busy all of a sudden, so, and that's not good because I was hoping to get my computer fixed, now that the holidays are over. But no, apparently I have new videos that I'm working on for my client, and then Isa paid me to do a review reaction thing to Second Stories fanfiction video. And then I was gonna do a reaction with Zero on some MHA videos that he found. And oh my gosh, I am just when am I gonna get time to fix my computer?
And then as for me, nothing major to announce. Of course, Bad Fanfiction Night this Friday. I'm trying to get momentum building again for Mahar Voln, so some future Saturday, potentially. I have a soft deadline for the Saturday after this one, so hopefully we can get there and get started on that. So look forward to that, getting back with all the entire cast. I got to refresh myself on everything that happened. And then, let's see. Final thing is, I am recording now. I have a bunch of other things in the background that I'm going to be working on, but that's like writing and pretty far off. And then the other thing that I'm mainly working on right now is I've just finished recording 5 playthroughs of Silent Hill F for a full like analysis video series. And yeah, that's 30 hours of footage for the record. Exactly 30 hours in 1 minute.
Damn.
Yeah, and I'm looking into modding the game to basically allow me to get closer looks and do full analyses of other elements. So hopefully I can get all that working. We'll see.
Oh, almost forgot. More dispatch stuff on the way. Now I think I might potentially solve the problem. I can stream much more consistently in the coming weeks, hopefully.
Oh, Daigato, I think, is going to post some fan art. I can see him typing in the JYCT.
Oh, awesome.
I'm just waiting. What if Deku was blue? Izuku Aoi.
It really be
Aoi
like
Doria.
that, man. It really be like that.
Aoi. Izuku Aoi Doria.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a good time, and I hope you all catch us in the next one. Until then, we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
See you all around.